Thank you very much. You're very welcome, everybody. My name's Katie Hayward. I'm a Professor of Political Sociology here in Queen's University and a co-organiser of the Bridging the Atlantic conference. I just want to, I will save my thanks for the key people to the very end, but I do want to thank each and every one of you for participating in this conference and for attending both online. A special welcome to those who are online, and for those of you who've made it in person. I heard on RTE this morning, the headline in the Irish Daily Star was something like, "Debbie does damage," which I thought was quite clever. Obviously, the storm hasn't been enough to dampen the spirits and enthusiasm of those who made it into the room, so thank you very much. Before I hand over to Professor Margaret Topping to open the conference, I want to acknowledge the pertinence of the topic. We're now in an uncertain world. The global uncertainty in this current time is even more intense than when we'd initially conceived of the theme of this conference, which was over a year ago now. I want to acknowledge at the very beginning the distress and the unconscionable turmoil that we are seeing at the moment in the Middle East, and to express our combined hope that all those with power and influence, including the United States, will use it wisely in the interests of common humanity and of peace, knowing that the decisions taken now will have consequences for generations. In this conference today, we're not addressing issues of global security or international relations, but we are considering issues which also give rise to feelings of anxiety and deep uncertainty. The themes we chose, cultural memory, cybersecurity, climate action, are ones that are full of contestation. They together constitute a profound test for democracy today, and they are all ones of immense challenge for governments around the world. This conference reflects a belief that the best way of addressing such challenges is through dialogue, expertise, and careful attention. Through such discussions, we hope to see the problems better and to build better chances for being able to address these challenges successfully and cooperatively. Now it's my pleasure to hand over to Margaret Topping. Margaret is Professor of French and Intercultural Communication at Queen's and an internationally recognized scholar in Marcel Proust. Her current research includes that of ethics and cross-cultural communication and representation. Margaret is also the Pro-Vice-Chancellor for Global Engagement at Queen's, and it is in that capacity that I invite her to open the conference. Thank you.
Many thanks, Katie, for the introduction. And can I just say how delighted I am to be welcoming you all here today. We have our delegates from Georgetown, Washington, and University College Dublin. Really wonderful to see you all here in Belfast for the Bridging the Atlantic conference. In the early part of the 20th century, Belfast was one of the great industrial cities of the world, a global leader in shipbuilding and other industries such as rope making, linen, and tobacco. Fast forward 100 years, and the city is re-establishing itself again. Its relationship with the United States is a vital part of that regeneration. For over 200 years, people from Ireland have made their way across the Atlantic in search of a better life. Key moments in Irish history, including in Ulster, which live on in our cultural memory, have been entwined with those of America. It's therefore entirely fitting that today's conference should be named Bridging the Atlantic. The movement across the Atlantic is very much a two-way these days, with travel from the US to Ireland at least as common as the other way round. And in fact, this conference represents the fourth significant USA delegation to Belfast this year. US President Joe Biden, of course, came here to our friends at Ulster University as part of his visit to his ancestral home in April, during which time he also visited Counties Louth and Mayo, as well as the home city of our other partner in this conference today, University College Dublin. Later in the month, it was the turn of those people who brought 30 years of conflict to an end in 1998. Leading US figures were among the architects of the agreement, and we had President Bill Clinton, Secretary Hillary Clinton, And the man we'd like to think of is St. George, Senator George Mitchell, here at Queen's University to mark the 25th anniversary of the world's most enduring peace process, the Good Friday Agreement. So it's fitting that the Mitchell Institute for Global Peace, Security and Justice has been closely involved in the organisation of this conference today. Few cities and fewer universities in the world could boast so many high-profile visitors in such a short space of time. Even fewer could claim to have been visited in the same calendar year by yet another high-profile US politician with illustrious presidential connections. Just a few weeks ago, a descendant of Irish-American President John F. Kennedy, Special Envoy Joe Kennedy III, led a trade delegation from the US to Northern Ireland with notable potential investors. By all accounts, delegates seem to have fallen in love with the place. Hopefully, their time at Queen's was a particular high point, and we hope that deep affection that they feel following the visit turns into real connection that will build the seeds, the shoots of prosperity so needed here. And now it's the turn of Georgetown University, our fourth significant US visit and delegation this year. We're delighted to have you. We welcome your interest in building closer ties here, north and south, in academic scholarship and student mobility. Which brings me to our partners from UCD. The UCD delegation hasn't had to travel quite so far to be with us, but we're every bit as delighted to have you here. We have a long-standing and very close and significant relationship between our two universities. As a former Dean of Queen's Graduate School, I was able to witness firsthand the richness that comes from bringing our postgraduate students together in cross-border collaboration. So particularly warm welcome also to the students and former students here today. Increasingly, our research partnerships at an all-Ireland level are key to our academic endeavour and to the production of innovative research outcomes that will have impact. Whether that's through our membership of Ireland-wide networks relating to sustainable development, or the recently launched All-Ireland Cancer Network, or simply our long-standing linkages through shared traditions and understandings of our culture, arts and heritage. We're very excited about the prospects of further collaboration with friends and colleagues at UCD that are also being provided by the signing of our most recent Memorandum of Understanding, which is about strengthening collaboration between our two universities. This new partnership will enhance cooperation in research and innovation with the aim of co-developing solutions to shared global challenges in areas such as climate and sustainability, energy, food and agriculture, as well as healthcare and cancer medicine. Another key strand is in manufacturing and digital technologies. It's through opportunities provided by partnerships such as these that we can really make an impact on some of the most pressing global challenges we face. And this is exemplified in the Bridging the Atlantic conference, which seeks to reflect on how transatlantic connections can answer the question, or at least start to reflect differently on the question of where now in an uncertain world. As Katie said, cultural memory and contestation, cybersecurity advances, climate change and action, these are all serious and urgent matters that affect us all. They can't be addressed without new levels of cooperation and partnership with those inside our university and across our universities, nationally and internationally. Whether in Belfast or Dublin or Washington, DC, we recognise that universities are civic institutions that need to ensure that our actions, our presence, and our priorities are matched to the needs of the communities which surround us and from which we draw our strength. I'm looking forward to hearing what comes out of today's conference in terms of our future collaboration on these key issues. But my final act for today is a very great pleasure. It's to introduce our next speaker. During the Agreement 25 conference at Queen's in April, we launched a new Clinton Scholarship Fund and raised over £500,000 to roll it out. And its aim is to provide funding to support students who, due to financial constraints, may not have the same opportunities as others to spend time studying in the US as part of their time at Queen's. The support of the Clintons was felt very strongly during those events and ongoing through the Scholarship Fund. Their impact is also felt very clearly at UCD, and our next speaker leads the institute that bears their name. Ted Smith is chair of the Clinton Institute for American Studies at UCD and president of the Glucksman Ireland House for Irish Studies in New York. A former diplomat for the Irish Department of Foreign Affairs, Ted worked on the Irish peace process and early European Union membership. Ted is well known and respected in both Ireland and the USA for helping to ensure that the Atlantic continues to be actively bridged in terms of understanding, knowledge, experience, networks, and lasting friendships. The Bridging the Atlantic Conference is testimony to his recognition of the role of universities in producing fruitful transatlantic relationships. That this is the 5th one to be held, I'm reliably told, is entirely thanks to Ted. So Ted, thank you for all the work that you have done and continue to do, and it's a very, very great pleasure to welcome you to open the conference.
Well, good afternoon, and good morning, America. I've always wanted to say that. Did really want to be an actor in my youth. Yes, indeed, welcome. And thank you, Margaret, for those very eloquent remarks and also the kind introduction. And thank you to Queen's, to Katie in particular, for hosting us here for this conference. This is the 5th Bridging the Atlantic Conference, and they say things improve with age. It's certainly true of Bushmills. President Biden is hoping it's true of him, and I'm hoping it's true of me. But I think it's true of this conference. We started in 2019 in, I would say, an equally uncertain, challenging world. There was a certain president called Trump who was undermining American engagement with Europe and with the world. And the European Union was recovering from Brexit and still trying to find its way. Who would have thought then that David Cameron, who was against Brexit, would now be the Foreign Secretary? But things move on, so maybe it's not as uncertain as it would be. We've focused, therefore, on increasing US-Europe cooperation. And since then, we've had a number of issues discussed, those that unite us and those that don't unite us, that divide us. Today, we rightly focus on it's really an existential issue. That word's overused somewhat, but climate crisis is almost forgotten amongst the many issues we face today, geopolitical issues, and it should not be. Fossil fuels make this year, for all of you know, the hottest on record. And it's breaching the dreaded 1.5 Celsius global warming threshold. Trade and investment, our number 2 topic, are often a source of transatlantic division, and we'll hear from Joe Kennedy as to how Northern Ireland can become a greater magnet for job-creating investment with its dual mandate access to the UK and to the EU, and hopefully with a functioning power-sharing government in Stormont. Dare I say it? It's like waiting for Godot, but maybe Godot will finally come, and we'll get there. And thirdly, cultural memory plays a major role in creating healing divisions that we see so tragically this year in Ukraine and the Middle East. And we have a very distinguished panel to discuss that subject. And finally, cybersecurity and cyber warfare are disrupting and threatening our society everywhere. The acceleration of artificial intelligence only adds to the complexity of cybersecurity in creating and reducing cyber threats and malware attacks. It's said that a sense of impending doom carries most Irish people through long periods of tranquility. And I hope that we will, at this conference, be able to offset the clouds of doom and come up with some really good ideas for action going forward. And with that, who better to introduce? There were, in addition to Katie, 2 other architects of today. One was Liam Kennedy, the Director General of the Clinton Institute, and the other is Professor Colleen Parsons from Georgetown. So I'm going to hand over to Colleen now to lead panel number 1. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good morning. Well, I can't say what Ted just said. I'm Colleen Parsons. I'm a professor in the English department in Georgetown University and director of Global Irish Studies, and we are delighted to be here for the 5th Bridging the Atlantic conference, and our thanks to everyone at Queen's, but obviously especially to Katie and to Alwyn for the work that you've done to welcome us, and Professor Topping, who I think has left, for that warm welcome this morning. It's great to be here. I think we could have done better with the weather, but we're not going to complain. I will be very brief in introductions to this panel. I'll say a few words, but as Katie alluded to, we began this conversation many months ago where the idea of a troubled world or a troubling world seemed ever present, but not quite in the way as it has been in the last few weeks. And where a conversation about cultural memory and the place of cultural memory, not just in the way that Ted suggested in healing divides, but also in being part of troubling the way we think about our world. And thinking carefully not just to move immediately towards healing or reconciliation, but what justice actually looks like and what justice can look like. And it's quite a difficult conversation. And I think we'll hear from our panelists this morning about active work that's being done in the public sphere and the sphere around creating and developing public memory. I will very briefly introduce the panelists. Starting on the right, Professor Kathleen James Chakraborty from University College Dublin, and a speaker at Georgetown a couple of years ago. This is the important part for everyone. Professor of Art History. There is a bio in the program if we want to learn more about any of the panelists. Beside Kathleen is Professor Katrin Sieg, who is director of the BMW Center for German and European Studies, which is probably the more important Georgetown partner in putting this conference together every year, and has been our partner for the last 5 years. Professor Sieg is a professor in theater studies, but works in the area of cultural memory and museum studies. Professor Alwyn Perdue from this parish, more importantly, also a speaker at Georgetown a few years ago, is a professor in the history department, works on public history and runs the MA program in public history here at Queen's University. And last but not least, my colleague, Professor Laia Balcells from the government department in Georgetown University, whose work on post-conflict transformation and post-conflict memory, and especially work here in the Ulster Museum, which I'm sure we'll hear a little bit about today, has been really formative and brings us across Spain, Chile, and other post-conflict areas. We've asked our speakers this morning to speak for 5 minutes, and I'm going to make an obnoxious noise if they go. I will not, if they go over 5 minutes. We've asked them to speak for 5 minutes about a particular area of their own research and a particular question relating to how we understand the role of cultural memory in our world today, and as we would say, and as we've said already, right now. So maybe we'll start with Kathleen, since you are there. Is that okay?
That's fine. I'm coming to speak to you as an Irish scholar who was born and trained in the US and spent most of my career writing about modern German architecture, including in relation to memory. And I'm now working on, among other things, the architecture of African Americans in Richmond, Virginia, which is a site of real concern around memory culture as well. The memory culture of post-unification Berlin has for 3 decades figured prominently in discussions of cultural memory across the humanities. Students of the topic are often familiar with the Jewish Museum, the Memorial to the Murdered Jews of Europe, the Stolpersteine or Tripping Stones, and possibly also the Central Memorial of the Federal Republic of Germany to the victims of war and tyranny. Less often discussed is the topography of terror, which I find by far the most effective of the group, and about which I'd like to speak briefly this afternoon, while the others, except for the Stolpersteine, are a destination. This porous site draws in those who are already in the same neighborhood as the Jewish Museum or the Memorial to Murdered Jews of Europe, including, in many cases, those who didn't really know it was there, who walked past it and are sucked into the site. One reason the topography of terror has perhaps been so overlooked is the unusual place it holds in the chronology of these memorials. Although the first exhibition was held at the site in 1987, that is before German unification, before the fall of the wall, which it borders, the current installation was completed only in 2010. This means that the impetus predated German unification, but the opening came only after the others had been, the opening of exactly what you see on the site today came only after the others had already been inscribed into the literature on the topic. Importantly, I think this was an entirely grassroots initiative, launched in response to the Italian architect Giorgio Grassi's call to rebuild the Prince Albrecht Palais, or Palace, an architecturally distinguished structure that the Nazis co-opted to house part of their state terror apparatus. The Gestapo headquarters was located right around the corner. In relation to this, Dieter Hoffmann-Axhelm and others organized an excavation that uncovered the foundations of these buildings and mounted an exhibition in 1987 detailing the atrocities that had taken place on or been planned at the site. The fact that it originated very much within West Berlin's activist circles rather than institutional or national level discussions, I think has been key to its effectiveness. Originally, the wall ran along one side. The site continues to be overlooked by the former Nazi Air Ministry, which is now the Finance Ministry of the Federal Republic of Germany. This emphasis on place is something it shares only really with the Stolpersteine, the tripping stones that are outside the locations where Jews who were either murdered or forced into exile originally resided. But the other memorials don't have that sense of being anchored in exactly what happened here. This is where particular people affiliated with resistance movements were imprisoned, tortured, and even murdered. And this is where plans for other atrocities were made. And that, I think, the sense that you are in this particular place has contributed very much to its effectiveness. It also means that the focus includes, but is not limited to, the Holocaust. Many victims were Jews, but others were not, and they came from across Europe. And many were murdered specifically because of the activities in which they heroically engaged rather than the community they happened to be born into being deemed something that should be exterminated. Alone of these sites, this emphasis on active resistance, I think, also matters. This makes it more difficult to feel that one stands outside what happened here. Finally, it was designed by the architect Ursula Wilms and the landscape architect Heinz Hallmann, making it the only prominent memorial in Berlin designed by a woman or a landscape architect. The sponsors did flirt with starchitecture. They hired Peter Zumthor, the Pritzker Prize-winning Swiss architect, he won a competition in 1993 to design a building for the site, but the cost of it ran over budget, and the unfinished shell was demolished in 2004. The subsequent competition was won by a pair of unknowns who remain relatively unknown today. They weren't able to capitalize on this success. It consists of an outdoor exhibition lining the exposed foundations, a field of stones into which an extremely neutral pavilion organized around a courtyard was placed, and a buffer on the other edge of trees. This understated approach that does not tell you how to feel or what to think, very much unlike, say, the Jewish Museum, which is a staged theatrical experience, turns out to be the backdrop for far more moving experiences than the more bombastic alternatives. The pavilion houses exhibitions as well as basic visitor facilities and places for educational activities, but the site is open for much longer hours, and many visitors only enter the open-air exhibition. The result is a place that encourages one to linger and to think about what has happened here more than what has been placed here since. It also encourages one to think about the moral choices that people at this time and in this very place made, rather than just about how victims were defined by their religion or ethnicity. It presents facts rather than obviously trying to manipulate emotions. Although what was built, as opposed to what Zumthor designed, is hardly mentioned in the literature on memory in Berlin, this is the place where one finds the most respectful public. There are no Tinder shots or cheerful school groups, which one certainly finds at the Memorial to the Murdered Jews of Europe, playing leapfrog, although an occasional toddler plays with stones while their parents read the display panels. What one learns is, above all, that place matters, but that so does stepping back from an architecture of emotional manipulation. This is also a lesson in the importance of the local, as it was local activism rather than concerns about post-unification national identity that always mattered most here. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I would like to sketch out how the United States has reckoned with troubled histories of race in museums and heritage sites. Of course, these contestations and the trouble itself go back over centuries, and you could say that contestations have happened since abolitionism and the civil rights movement. But it was in 2020 during the Black Lives Matter protests that caught attention or brought to the foreground these long-term structural discrimination and systemic racism, and resulted, among other things, in the removal of some of the public statues. And I come to this topic as a cultural scholar who was born and raised in Germany, majored in English, spent my junior year abroad in Belfast, so back home, which is wonderful, and then was trained and have worked in the United States, where at Georgetown University I teach classes on European cultural studies with a focus on the politics of cultural memory. So I'd like to make 4 points. First, I would say that as in Germany, but in contrast to some of the other cases, there is in the United States a broad official liberal consensus, though contested by the right for sure, about the cause and the solution, especially to the suffering and oppression of African Americans. On the one hand, that suffering is attributed to slavery and its afterlife, to the legal institutionalization of racial segregation and discrimination, and then to the culture of white supremacy that is still very much with us. And on the other hand, the leaders of anti-racist struggles, for instance, abolitionists or civil rights leaders, are also heroized and lionized in the public sphere. And you can find statues commemorating Martin Luther King or Rosa Parks on the Mall, and they're recognized as being as an essential part of being American. My second point is that official consensus is contradicted by a very uneven memory landscape. So cultural institutions that represent these troubled histories include plantations, still very popular as wedding destinations where guests are invited to revel in the splendor of the slaveholder lifestyle, while the historic labor of enslaved people is invisible and where slave cabins are left to fall into disrepair. In many cities and small towns across the United States, not just in the South, have monuments to Confederate politicians and soldiers. They were erected as part of an official organized propaganda campaign to promote hate and white supremacy, according to the Southern Poverty Law Center. A number of those have been removed since 2020, but often without any public debate. The history of indigenous, indentured, and enslaved people is present. It's preserved chiefly at small community museums and in historical societies or cultural centers. There are several in Washington, D.C., for instance, and these museums, they acknowledge and inform about violent histories, they foster healing, and they celebrate cultural resistance and resilience. If you look at the mall downtown, at the American History Museum, these histories were until very recently scarcely present. It narrated American history largely as settler history and in a fairly triumphalist mode, actually. did not really confront the horrific ugliness of specific forms of racism. And then third point is efforts to bring built memory culture, monuments and museums in line with the official liberal consensus are very recent. Since the 2010s and 20s, significant historic sites such as the Whitney Plantation near New Orleans, George Washington Mount Vernon Plantation near Washington, D.C., and Thomas Jefferson Monticello Plantation in Northern Virginia began to include histories of the enslaved. They are visited predominantly by white, domestic, and international visitors who are thus challenged to grapple with the contradictions of US founding fathers extolling human freedom and equality while owning slaves. And then in the early part of the century, also a new generation of museums then opened on the Mall that took a sharp turn away from the model embodied by the American History Museum. The first one of them was the National Museum of the American Indian, and was followed in 2016 by the National Museum of African American History of Culture. Both are visually startling and quite diverging from the neoclassical buildings surrounding them. And more museums in this vein are planned for the near future. These museums don't just visually break with what's around them, but also really diverge from like I said, from settler colonial history. They are forthright in representing the structural violence and systemic discrimination that these groups have faced. They balance a double task. On the one hand, they validate the experience of Native Americans and African Americans and offer succor and uplift to members of those communities when they visit the museums. And they urge white visitors, still the majority, to confront the damage inflicted by the culture of white supremacy. Teaches them or invites them to empathize with the perspective of the oppressed on racial conflict, and to see themselves as allies in anti-racist struggles. So my fourth point is, if we want to compare what different memory cultures have to offer each other, maybe learn from each other, I, as a German and somebody who professionally teaches German and European memory culture, I'm a little bit skeptical of what is often touted as the model of German memory culture. I think it's exemplary, the work that's done at Topography of Terror, because of the emphasis on perpetration as really a core to understanding where other people come from and the suffering of others. But I doubt that it can be easily transported to the United States, for instance, where it's very important to center the voices and the authorship of African Americans, other oppressed minorities, and where it's also very important to understand the relationships between different kinds of racisms. Very interestingly, how Irish people are positioned vis-a-vis these discussions as immigrants on the one side, poor immigrants, but also who became white and therefore now locate themselves on the other side of stories of oppression and injustice. Yeah, I think that's all I want to say for now. So I'll pass it on to you.
Turn our attention to Northern Ireland and bring it right home. And certainly here in Northern Ireland, as you're all aware, we've had our share of. Could you swap mics with somebody? I'm not sure where. Here.
Hear me now? Is that better? Okay. Yes, so here in Northern Ireland, we've had our share of painful pasts, and as you all know, for 30 years, this country was torn apart by violence that saw the loss of over 3,500 lives, and that tragically affected many more. For many of us, thankfully, that conflict is in the past. It's now something I teach my students in history. But some do continue to carry the scars with them through bereavement, physical injury, trauma. And the legacy of violence goes deeper still. It's still having an ongoing, damaging impact on our society today. Just a few years ago, The Guardian reported the shocking fact that more people have died through taking their own lives in Northern Ireland than were killed in the Troubles since the Good Friday Agreement. So the question that faces us today as public historians, as museum professionals, as academics, as policymakers, is what role do and can history and cultural institutions such as museums have in dealing with difficult pasts? Are museums appropriate institutions for dealing with traumatic pasts? Can they play a role in transitional justice or restorative justice? Museums are still often regarded here, certainly, with a degree of suspicion or indifference. They're a place to be visited by art lovers or history buffs, or where middle-class urbanites take their kids for a Sunday afternoon out. Are these appropriate places in which deeply contested or traumatic pasts could be explored? I think there is, thankfully, now change taking place in how museums see their role and also how their role is being perceived. And we're increasingly recognising that museums do have an important place to play. Museums are being opened up that explore very difficult pasts. For example, the National Museum of Memory in Bogotá, the Museum of Memory and Human Rights in Santiago, the Holocaust Museum, and also Ground Zero Memorial Museums in the US, as well as many others. And there's also a recognition that museums are not, cannot, and should not be neutral. They're actually deeply political in what they choose to display, how they choose to display it, and in what they decide not to display. There's a growing interest among museum professionals, those who work on museum studies, in agonistic approaches to museums that deal with conflicted pasts. The argument that museums shouldn't be trying to find some kind of consensus. They shouldn't be trying to rewrite history in a way that brings everybody together into this agreed narrative. But actually, their role is to present lots of different and often conflicting narratives and to let people make up their own minds. Gebler argues that you cannot change the past, but with understanding, you can sometimes draw the poison out of it. So, is there a role for museums in Northern Ireland then? There has been some discussion in recent years about the idea of a dedicated museum to the history of the conflict and the peace process. But the main question that we come up against to go over and over and over again is, are museums the right place for this? And should we even be remembering? Is there not an argument that we should actually just forget and move on? Certainly, many of us, like myself, who lived through the Troubles as an older teenager, whose teenage years were bookended and punctuated by events like Greystale, Enniskillen, Omagh, who became so worn down by the news night after night after night of atrocities committed in our city and our country. Certainly, the idea of moving on and forgetting is very, very tempting indeed. Remembering can be painful, but I would say forgetting is even more dangerous in contexts such as Northern Ireland, across Europe, in North America, and in many other contexts today. We quickly forget where we've come from. We take our peace for granted. And today, forgetting seems to be allowing society to drift into very dangerous waters indeed. So I say, therefore, there's an ethical and a moral imperative on histories to fully engage with the past in a way that gives voice to victims and that confronts the difficult places we've come from, that helps us and others to understand the processes we've been through, the paths that societies can take to redressing wrongs or finding peaceful solutions, to enable society to engage with past trauma, to explore and attempt to better understand the paths that led us into conflict and that led us into peace. So just to conclude, and apologies, Colleen, you've heard this before, but it's a moment that stuck with me, and I think it just sums up the vital role that museums can actually play. And as many of you will be aware, several years ago, the Ulster Museum took a brave step in launching its new, much-anticipated gallery, The Troubles and Beyond. Up to this point, the Ulster Museum's attempt to deal with the history of the conflict was well, it wasn't exactly welcome, and certainly it seemed to offend everybody in its attempt to be strenuously neutral. The new gallery, by contrast, was rich in objects. It incorporated artifacts from everyday life, those just about everyday life in the conflict, but also about the conflict itself, and artistic responses to the tragedy. And I visited the gallery just about 2 days after it had opened, and there were lots of people there. There were a few international accents, but by the voices I could hear around me, I think most of the people that were there were locals. And one thing that really struck me was this huge image, I think it's still there, it's a blown up photograph of a family who have been evicted from their homes. It just filled an entire gable wall within the gallery. And I was standing looking at this, lost in thought, thinking my experience was so different from this. I'd grown up in a fairly affluent part of the East, and I heard about the conflict in the news, but certainly wasn't directly affected by it. And I thought, yes, this is so different from my experience. And as I looked at it, I became aware that there was a man standing beside me, and he just started to speak. He was looking at the photograph as well, and he said, I remember that so well. I remember being burnt out of my home. I remember what it felt like to have to gather up your possessions and to run. And I was struck by this man and myself and how different we were and how different our experiences were. But as we started to talk about this, we began to remember, having to queue up to get through the ring of steel around the city centre, having your bags searched every time you went into a shop. And as simply as that, imperceptibly, we'd moved from being poles apart to being in the same space. And I think that is the role that museums play, and they can play. It's why they are so important, and it's why I think the cultural institution and museum sector absolutely need our full support in Northern Ireland today. Thank you.
Does it work? Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I think that my presentation will connect well with these presentations, although I come from a different discipline, right, political science. But I'm going to talk about the case of Spain. And the first thing I want to say is that in spite of its reputation, the transition to democracy in Spain was far from a role model. The top-down transition had huge implications for the system that was to be put in place. And some of the consequences related to the insufficient accommodation of national minorities are well known to many. But today I want to talk more about memory issues. And to say two things that I think are significant about Spanish democracy is that we know that generations who came to age during the dictatorship were systematically less likely to participate in civic associations compared to younger generations. This is something that I've been exploring recently with my co-author Francisco Villamil. And we find that this depressed civic participation was probably related to fear, but importantly, it didn't dissipate over the course of years. And I'm talking about my grandparents, let's say, right? People who just they became adults in a dictatorship and just never were able to overcome this. And I think that's very significant to find these generational differences. The other thing is that in contemporary Spanish society, there are fascist political parties, organizations, and fascist anthems and are chanted in rallies. We've seen this as recently as last week in several far-right and right-wing protests that have been taking place in around Spain, mostly in Madrid, against the amnesty of Catalan separatists. This contrasts with other post-fascist regimes where there's huge stigma associated with these parties, in addition to laws and regulations addressing this issue. And for me, and as many others, this is an issue that shows that the pitfalls of Spanish transition to democracy. When Franco died in 1975, there was a lot of concern about the peaceful transition to democracy, partly due to the memory of the Civil War. And there was an amnesty law that was passed in October 1977, which freed political prisoners, but also impeded the judicial prosecution of members of the regime. There was this idea of the pact of forgetting. And we're talking about forgetting, right? This was present in Spanish political culture for many years. Over time, though, when the new generations, for example, people like me who were born in democracy, and we are called the grandchildren of the dictatorship, right? We start to grow up, we start to become adults in a political system, and we start questioning the fact that, these people have not been persecuted. Like, there are no memorials. There hasn't been reparations. What is going on? And so in the late 90s, early 2000s, there starts to be a movement for the recovery of the historical memory, right? And this grassroots movement starts to bring this issue to the fore. the socialist government led by José Luis Rodríguez Zapatero in 2007 approves a new law of transitional justice that arrives late, obviously, many years later, many years after the transition to democracy. And at the time I did a survey with 2 collaborators, and we asked Spanish people their opinions about the law and about transitional justice. And surprisingly, we found, and I cannot have time to go over all the statistics, but I would say one of the highlights of what we found is that people were more supportive of measures than, so people were supportive of measures that were going to be more ambitious than the measures that actually were going to be placed. So let's say that, in other words, people were less fearful than the elites. And so for instance, like 61% of the respondents thought that there should be a monument dedicated to all the victims of the dictatorship. Over 40% said that they would be in favor of a truth commission, which in Spain has never taken place. Over 50% would have been okay with trials against the members of the regime. And over 60% would be supportive of retiring symbols of Francoism. I think that this is important. The other thing I want to mention, and relate to the point about the presence of fascism still in Spanish society, is that there's a subset of this society where that is still not willing to accept these measures. And in another paper I wrote with Francisco Villamil, we looked at the impact of removing Franco's street names in conservative places where in the 2000s still had like Franco's street names. And what we find is that in these places where these names are removed from the streets, there's a rise in support for the far right. And this is because these local politicians for this Vox far right party are instrumentalizing this issue, are trying to capitalize this for electoral purposes. So to wrap this up, I have 3 points. One is that overall memories of the past are still very conflictual in Spain. Again, last week people were chanting Cara al Sol in Madrid. It's very serious, right? I mean, this is a fascist anthem. My dad used to explain me that at school they forced them to sing this song. So it's very traumatic for many people. The stigma towards Francoism seems to have vanished instead of the opposite. So do you have a party in the parliament that is saying openly that Franco was a hero, that we need Franco back to restore the unity of Spain and things like that? And they are shameless about this. So this is very worrisome. And again, I think it's a reflection of the problem, the fact that we didn't address this issue when it was supposed to be addressed. The second thing is that while it is obviously very necessary to remove these symbols, the fact that there is political instrumentalization by the far right tells us that we need to find the best way to counter these narratives, try to do some pedagogy. Maybe museums and other tools are the solution. But then related to this, my third point is that because we don't have a consensual narrative of the civil war and the dictatorship, there we don't have a transitional justice museum, unlike other places, right? In Spain, there is the Valley of the Fallen, now called Valle de Cuelgamuros, but it's supposed to be turned into a memory site. Right now, still feels, and is a fascist mausoleum, right? Franco is no longer there, and Primo de Rivera is no longer there, but still, it's a place that those of us who dislike and profoundly fascism would not step in our lifetime. I was thinking maybe I should go visit, but it's too hard. But we don't have a museum, we don't have a space that tells this narrative, and so it is very hard to get to this to have a pedagogical tool. But I think that this is something that we can discuss, right? How we get there. But thank you very much. I hope it was not too negative or pessimistic, but thanks for listening.
Thank you, all of you. I mean, I think starting with Kathleen and all the way over to Laia, we've been thinking about the immediate and present impact of conversations over cultural memory. This is not something that is over there in Catherine, I think you spoke about built memory culture, something that feels outside of us, something that is sort of monumental memorialization, but that actually memory culture has an impact immediately on current day politics, whether that be Vox in Spain, whether we talk about far-right white supremacy in the US, or even AfD and the place of the right in Germany. All of these are bound up in the way that cultural memory comes back into or becomes part of the political conversation, obviously here in the North as well. Maybe, can I turn to you for just 30 seconds to ask you to give us a tiny taste of the work that you did in the Ulster Museum that relates to other work that you did in Santiago, just following up on Alwyn's points.
Yeah, so what we did is we evaluate, what we do in Chile, we did the study first, and we did here with Alwyn's assistance and help. I know she was a collaborator. And so what we did is that we brought students to these museums here in the permanent exhibit at the Ulster Museum, and we analyze through surveys how they react to museums. And particularly we look at emotions, and we find a strong impact on emotions of these museums, mostly on negative emotions, so they have this impact on negative emotions. But then we also look at some attitudinal shifts. And in Chile, we find a strong effect on support for democracy. So people who visit the museum, after they leave, they're more supportive of democracy, they're less supportive of an authoritarian regime. And these effects persist over time, so which is very important to know, right? So which is not right at the moment, they persist for several months. Here we don't have the same kind of results, and we can talk about why that's the case. I was at the museum this morning. In fact, I presented my study there with the staff, and we were discussing some of the reasons why. And I would love to hear what the people have to say. But maybe it's because of the unexistence of a very clear kind of narrative. Maybe it's because this is already a very it's a place where these attitudes are very crystallized in a way, and they're hard to shift. I'm not really sure. And maybe Alwyn, you can say something about maybe the nature of the exhibit itself also has an impact on that. So that's also something that we have to take into consideration, right? There are places, societies where you can establish a museum with a more clear narrative, and places where you can, because there is not such a consensus, right? So this in turn has the problem of, well, it's not going to have much of an impact because it's not giving much of a message, right? The message is very broad, very vague in a way.
I think it's interesting in this way to think also about Germany, because there we assume we know the narrative and that there is consensus. But it wasn't until 1987 that anybody thought of putting any kind of memorial on any of these sites in Berlin. And the idea that a memorial is what will fix the narrative is something I think in our current thinking that comes out of things like Vietnam War Memorial in Washington, D.C. by Maya Lin, which was one of perhaps the most significant of a number of events that said maybe a memorial can do something rather than just the old-fashioned kind of statue, which continued to be built into the 1940s. Baltimore, Maryland's memorial to Robert E. Lee and one of the other Confederate generals was dedicated after World War II in the presence of Nancy Pelosi when she was a girl, because her father was the mayor at the time. These things were still being put up then, but they didn't have much significance in the larger culture by that point. And I think we have realized since the 80s what kind of significance these can have, but we have to also remember that there are other things, and I think this discussion of museum exhibitions in particular is very different from those memorials. The Topography of Terror has a documentation center, it has exhibitions, but I think that pushing the museum story further, certainly when I went to the African American Museum of the Museum of African American Culture and History. I found that very moving, but I went to the Civil Rights Memorial last year in Atlanta, and when I relived Martin Luther King's funeral, which I'd only heard over the radio, but which is a memory seared into me, I was 7, saw that on television replayed, I completely fell apart. And I thought, Kathleen, but they had a box of Kleenex out there, because everybody falls apart when they're in that space. And that's one of the best I've seen in a long time. And I think that is an event that still divides Americans. But when you talk about how this promotes democracy, I can believe that coming out of that space, you really are affected that way, and the way that you described as well.
Kathleen, you used a term earlier, and so I'm going to ask a question across all of you, but you used a term earlier about the architecture of emotional manipulation. And in some way, I wanted to pick up on what I'm hearing is, there's a certain kind of emotional manipulation in that Martin Luther King funeral, but it's very different from the work of the Nancy Pelosi, not the Nancy Pelosi memorial, the memorial that Pelosi turned up to. And I wanted to pick up across all of your comments, there was a way that you were trying to think about the presence of these institutions and the particularly sort of hard and heavy work of institutions, and then the other kinds of memorialization and memory and the active work of imagining a future through the past. I was just speaking to, this is a plug for one of your PhD students here, Georgios Varoutsis, a really interesting project on recording sound throughout COVID and thinking about what Belfast sounded like in those years and making an archive of the sounds of everyday life. And I guess I wanted to ask all of you, maybe Katrin, I'll start with you, about other kinds of experiments in cultural memory work that don't involve institutions, that don't involve, whether they are from the bottom up, the community institutions like Kathleen was talking about, you were also talking about, but that we would think about transforming the way we transmit and remember and create sort of cultural memory. Katrin, maybe, and that's an out of the left field question, but you might be able to talk about through like what that looks like without an institution.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, so of course, I mean, African Americans are no kind of silent, population in the United States. So actually, especially during and since 2020, we've seen an incredible efflorescence of TV series and of films authored by African Americans that have really shifted the discourse about their experience and really introduced new filmmakers, new kinds of authors, new kinds of images and stories to these mainstream audiences, to Netflix and so forth. Some of them were also accused then of emotional manipulation, of kind of getting off on the suffering of African Americans and always just dwelling on these horrific experiences of slavery, for instance. But that's what you get in a vibrant capitalist cultural marketplace. So, I mean, that's the United States. We don't have all that much kind of federal support of cultural funding. But still, nevertheless, I do think that it's interesting how they play off of and complement, the institutions like museums or memorials. There's a very famous memorial now in Montgomery, Alabama, by the Legacy Foundation, a huge memorial to lynching. And actually, one of the points that I wanted to make in response to Kathleen was that this, about emotional manipulation, is that I do think that there's a German prejudice against emotional processing. So you're accused of kind of dwelling in your emotions and wallowing in them, and there's something wrong about identifying with victims, and of course it is. But there is also then very little space for bringing learning and information and knowledge together with other kinds of knowledge, with bodily knowledge, with traumatized bodies, with traumatized minds. And so I do think that what I see in the kind of grief culture in the United States is an emphasis on both, that there needs to be facilitation of grief, not necessarily the imposition of one narrative, but a creation of a space of grief.
Alwyn, I might turn to you because you were sort of turning over the question of not just a Troubles exhibit, but a Troubles museum, and what kind of work would that do? And I hear a sort of a hesitation and a questioning in your voice as yes, what are museums for? What's their purpose? How do they reach an audience? And I guess I wanted to ask you to think through some of the impacts or maybe the alternatives to what it would mean to institutionalize. Nothing against buildings, but they create a certain financial structure and a certain government structure, especially if they are related to, where they need the financial support from the government. How do we imagine alternatives to that version of, a museum to the thousands of people, a huge proportion of the population the hundreds of thousands who were impacted by, not just those who were impacted by gross human rights violations, that's a phrase from South Africa from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, but what it was like to live through the Troubles.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. One of the problems with the museum, it becomes instantly institutionalized. And there has certainly been talk here about, is there a place for a museum of the Troubles? It's a difficult one. What you tend to find in the museum landscape here is either a very partisan, community-based type of museum with a strong message, a strong agenda that is much more powerful and effective in what it seeks to do, or one that strenuously tries to remain neutral as it's possible to be, if that's possible at all. But so many people are left out of that, so many people are left behind, and I think what's really interesting here is a lot of the work that is being done outside of that museum infrastructure. There's a lot of oral history work, for example, happening, and certainly, the work you mentioned earlier, I heard about that for the first time today, and I'm really excited about following up on that. It's absolutely fantastic, but there's so much really excellent work being done in that space. I just know I'm putting together a panel of PhD students that I have happened to come across over the last month. We're going to be speaking at the next conference, the Public History Conference in Luxembourg. And all of these young scholars are working on oral histories of the conflict in Belfast from different perspectives. But what they're doing is amplifying voices that are so often never heard. What you find, and I think it's the same, Northern Ireland, Germany, America, wherever you are, that there are voices that will always be heard. There are perspectives that will always be heard. But how do we get at those ordinary people who never really feel that they have anything to contribute? And I think that's where some of these oral history projects are becoming incredibly valuable.
Go ahead,
something to that? I mean, there are also so many other sites of memory here in Belfast, of course. So you go, on the Falls Road or the Schenkel Road, there are memory streets, right? Or you go to Eileen Hickey Museum. The trouble then is that they only speak to certain kinds of people, and the other people that should see them and should listen to them, they're never there, they don't go there. And so you have these silos, and I think that's what you pointed out, that's what a museum can do. It's not, a museum is not neutral, but it can provide not a neutral ground, but it can, a shared ground, a common ground for, looking at how different your own story is from that of somebody else.
I just want to add something that precisely, for instance, one of the interesting findings that we have in Chile is that when people come in the museum, right, left-wingers and right-wingers, they perceive the museum differently, right? And so the right-wingers, they don't like it as much and they think it's a biased museum. But despite these initial differences, we find convergence, and we find that there's an impact of the museum. So I think that this is what's super interesting about the role of museums, that they can bring together people. And, if you think about, kids, high school kids or college students going to museums, this makes this intervention very scalable in a way. So you are able to reach wide sectors of society. So if it's having a positive impact, then it's I would say from a normative point of view, it's good to have these museums and take people to the museums, right?
Well, I was just want to follow actually just very quickly on Laya's point, because it struck me as we were listening to all of you that you're doing work that seems in some way counterintuitive, because we think about a museum as being local as being, not local, it could be national, but having a particular story and a particular resonance in a particular place. So what would a museum, or what does the Troubles exhibit do here? What does the remind me?
Topography of terror.
Topography of terror. It's like something of terror, or the Stolpersteine or something do in Berlin. And I guess I wanted to ask you, maybe Lai would be a good place to start, and we can, but how do you do that comparative work of thinking, okay, so here's something that works, that's so perfect, that couldn't work anywhere else, like the topography of terror. How do we learn from it, and how do we sensitively take that work and use it, not apply it, but engage with it in another space? And I guess I wanted to ask all four of you to think about how your work does that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I mean, what I'm doing with Elsa, right, that we are like doing different studies in different places. In a way, we're trying to do a meta study, right? I mean, it's hard because we would need a lot of time and money to do a lot of places. But I think that we're trying to like look at different sites with different contexts and see if the results are similar. But I want to say that in the case of the stepping stones, there's a recent paper that came out at PNAS showing that in Berlin, it reduces support for the far right. So people who live in places where there are like these stepping stones, they're less likely to vote for the far right. I think it's a very interesting finding. But anyway, I think it's a literature, at least in political science, that is starting to build up. And so soon, hopefully, we're going to have more and more papers and research, and we are going to be able to establish kind of broad comparisons. I mean, we're going from the micro to the macro, right, on this type of research.
I think international, sorry, cut across you.
Just briefly, I mean, as a cultural scholar, we find it really difficult to measure effects, right? I mean, that's always it's a conundrum in our field. So to ask somebody, what did you think about this exhibition 5 minutes after they get out of it? That's one thing. But then, how do you measure what they think about it the next year or 20 years down the line? And these are actually the time scales that are really relevant. How do you change people's minds and their feelings, their emotions?
And that's why longitudinal study is so important. It's like we're doing this now, but what's it going to be like in 20 years' time? Are you still going to think the same thing? Will your mind change? I think that's so important. The other really valuable thing I think we can learn by comparative studies of museums in different contexts is the educational role they play. The role they play in contexts where maybe these histories aren't taught in schools, or they're taught, as we see here, in a partial way, maybe, and the role that museums can then play educationally in reaching those groups that otherwise maybe wouldn't engage with those histories. So comparatively, there's a huge amount to be learned, I think, from working with museums in lots of different contexts.
I think at the same time, we have to remember who has museums and who doesn't. If you think about other traumas around the world, like the partition of Pakistan and India, that's a situation where you're unlikely to be getting all the school children into a museum on either side of the Punjab border. If you're getting everybody to school, that's good. But getting them then to a central place across that vast territory this way into a shared situation on either side of that border is super tricky. I think, I guess my problem right now is not with museums, but with a certain kind of memorial, and particularly the kind of hype and the kind of scholarship around the memorial of the murdered Jews of Europe versus the fact that it's really the most effective playground that's been built in Europe in the last 30 years. And that if you take a child there, they will scamper around in delight. If you take a teenager there, they will not be that different. If you take somebody in their 20s or 30s wanting a photo for a dating app, it's not much different. And trying to get beyond that to something that really does mean something to people, which is what the Vietnam War Memorial does, what the topography of terror does, and what it did to people in Richmond, I think, when those monuments along Monument Avenue came down. And right now in my current scholarship, I'm trying to get people to understand that a building they haven't paid much attention to could be a significant part of memorial culture in the community and deserves more national support for its preservation, despite the complexities of a history where it was built in part to celebrate the Belgian Congo, a horrific experiment in colonialism if there ever was one, and there were many, but actually became a key place in the civil rights movement in Virginia and a place of pride for the African American community that merits, I think, conservation and continued use. So there can be very great ambivalences across the site, which I think something everybody in Belfast knows more about than I do.
I'm minded of the Apartheid Museum in Johannesburg, which is extraordinary, architecture of emotional manipulation, but also extraordinary stories, incredibly powerful, built because somebody wanted to build an amusement park. And in order to get permission for the amusement park, they had to say that they built something cultural. Or Robben Island, in fact, was the initial plan for Robben Island was that it would be a casino and hotel. And then became a museum. So we think about the ambivalences, even in like how we decide to choose one side or another. I'm mindful of time, and also mindful of the fact that when we sat down at the beginning, there was a protest outside. I would imagine the protest had something to do with Palestine. That's probably the reason we're protesting. And I guess I wanted to ask each of you quickly, not to solve this problem, but to think about, and in part because of our job here, to think about the relationship between memory culture, public history, and future political action and future political engagement, to think about the relationship between sort of your work or the museum work that you've done. I'll start with you, Catherine, because you mentioned George Floyd protests, between protest and action and transformation, and not just the sort of like the emotional change from walking out of the museum in Santiago, but between museums, that sort of institution, or what we mean by that word museum, and the work of protest and transformation, which seems to have a different timescale, to use your phrase in some way.
Yeah, I was, by the way, when I was in Dublin last week, there was also a very big pro-Palestine march. The kinds of march that were really regulated, regimented, and shut down in part in Germany. And even though I admire many parts of German memory culture, the way that they have kind of posited that taking responsibility for atrocities is the first step that you have to do if you're to overcome who you were, to kind of reorient yourself. But I think what they've done spectacularly badly is actually to build their entire memory culture around the Holocaust, around the premise of singularity and non-comparability. They forbid comparison because it would minimize the Holocaust. What that has done is to protect the memory culture of Jewish victimization and extermination, but prevent connecting that, linking that to other events of racism and structural discrimination and oppression that preceded the Holocaust and that persisted beyond it. So there's no linking with labor migrants, no linking with refugees, no linking with Afro-Germans. So it's made it really difficult today, and I think you see now the blindness of vis-a-vis the actions of Israel, and an inability to empathize with the Palestinians that are the outcome, I think, directly of this very lopsided and very narrow memory culture.
I'd like to speak about the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C., which was created in particular to integrate white immigrants, as Christopher Thomas has shown, into American society and American democracy. Made almost no reference to slavery, was not intended to accommodate the experiences of African Americans in any major way. But when Marian Anderson stood on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial in the late 1930s and had her concert, the meaning of that place changed. And when the March on Washington was held 60 years ago, the meaning of that place changed again. So I think, again, to remember that meanings are not fixed, cultural memories are not fixed, and that a particular place and a particular society can change is important in this regard. And that's what I would take away from this.
Yeah, I think museums, and I'm just watching that clock ticking down, are also doing a really important job in collecting the now in the protests we're seeing, like on the streets, actually capture the moment so that we can understand it when we look back in years to come, what was actually happening and how it was happening. I think museums are also playing a really valuable role in driving agendas, and we look at the Museum of Free Derry, for example, as one that actually drove an agenda for reparation. So some museums can tend to be very conservative, but some are very much to the fore of actually leading initiatives.
At exactly the time. Thank you very much for a really fascinating conversation and an insight into exactly how we can imagine transatlantic futures and futures in post-conflict societies. And I liked the way Catherine spoke about the US in the same way as we might speak about Spain or Northern Ireland, because it is a post-conflict society in a way that's not generally recognized, and that we need to understand that our political futures are built on the work that you all are doing and the work that public history and public outreach does in order to shape narratives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Colleen, for chairing that excellent panel. I'm delighted now to hand over to our next panel. I'm trusting that our online panelists are ready, and it seems they are, so that's super. Just as a little aside, it's gone now. You see the wee image that we have on the holding slide. It's kind of relevant to this. I put in to an AI, you know, that we can generate images on AI. And that was generated by AI when I put in the terms uncertain world. So if it wasn't disturbing enough already, now you know it's even more disturbing than you thought. So I'm going to hand straight over now to Professor Kennedy. Liam Kennedy is co-organizer of this conference. He's Professor of American Studies and Director of the Clinton Institute in UCD. And also, you may wish to look this up, he is co-founder of American Unfiltered, which is a media platform focused on contemporary American politics, foreign policy, and media. Liam, over to you. Thank you.
Well, let's see. Hello, is this working? Oh, that woke a few people up. Good. Katie, thanks very much. Getting the glasses on. Katie, heartfelt thanks for putting together, already what is a terrific event, cramming an awful lot in. I'm scribbling like heck here, trying to keep up with things. But the biggest thank you is for taking this on. I did it last year. I wouldn't wish it on most people, and you're doing an incredible job. I think Georgetown will have the gift of doing it next year. Is that right? Let's agree that. Listen, I'm going to read just a few notes here in getting us started, and I'll introduce our three speakers. One of the reasons I have a couple of notes is that I'm not an expert in cybersecurity, and I won't pretend to be, okay? So these are helping me, and I hope they help you just a little bit as an introduction. Matters of cybersecurity have become one of the most important areas of concern in transatlantic affairs in recent years, reflecting, I think, a more global contestation between those promoting digital sovereignty and those promoting digital freedom. Key issues include technological competition, data protection, data regulation, antitrust enforcement, ransomware attacks, free speech. I don't think we'll cover all of that, but we'll do our best. But are all becoming sources of tension in transatlantic relations. Data governance frameworks between the US and the EU diverge in significant ways, with fundamental differences in approaches to data architecture, protection and sharing, and also law enforcement. The divergence in governance frameworks reflects, I think, differing ideologies and political cultures surrounding regulation. The US promotes a liberal market and property-based approach to data, centered around data ownership rights, while the EU, I think, is more focused on harmonizing data regimes between the member states, often generally through rights-based regulation. One of the most keenly observed tensions has been the role of European regulators in enforcing antitrust legislation. The EU, as I'm sure many of you know, has recently taken steps to provide even tougher regulation via the Digital Markets Act of 2022, designed to foster fair competition and stifle anti-competitive behaviour among the top technology companies. In other words, making it easier for people like us to move between competing services. The Act, I think is fair to say, is not popular with big tech. Now, while the US is not in harmony exactly with this legislation, it too has been getting tougher in regulating the private sector in response to cybersecurity threats. The new US cybersecurity strategy, published in March of this year, has emphasized collaboration between public and private sectors is essential to securing cyberspace. Indeed, and I think it's particularly interesting, it has turned a spotlight on the private sector by stating that voluntary progress by that sector is no longer enough and new regulatory frameworks will be introduced, making firms liable if they don't sufficiently defend against vulnerabilities. In the preamble to the strategy document, President Biden states, and I quote, "Our world is at an inflection point, and that includes our digital world." President Biden, I think, is signaling the growing geopolitical and existential forms of cyber threat in an increasingly insecure world. Cybersecurity is about much more than data markets and regulation. It has taken on multi-sector and even psychological facets, connoting a growing ambit of threats, encompassing the security of everything from business and finance to energy and health to personal safety. Now, these are large issues, and of course we want to ground them in the more local concerns of this island. And to help us make sense of this complex area of global, regional, and local aspects of cyber, we have three distinguished guests speaking in this panel. We have, joining us here, real, not virtual, is Professor May O'Neill, who's a Regius Professor in Electronics and Computer Engineering and Director of the Centre for Secure Information Technologies here at QUB. And then virtually, we have, from left to right as we look up there, we have Chris Painter joining us virtually from Geneva. He has vast experience in cyber issues, including being the world's first cyber diplomat at the US Department of State. I'm just checking, Chris, can you hear us? Oh, we can't hear you, Chris.
I can hear you fine. I'm in Geneva, but I'm based in the US, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to add that. And just there on the right, we have Professor Kevin Powers, Director of the MSc in Cybersecurity Policy and Governance Program at Boston College, and also Assistant Professor of the Practice at Boston College Law School. And Kevin, you can hear us.
Perfectly. Good morning.
Okay.
Or afternoon.
Okay, so all three of our panelists are going to speak for 5 minutes or so, just to give us a sense of what, for them, are amongst the most significant or the most compelling issues in this broad and complex terrain. Chris, I did mention some of that broader global scope, and given your background, I wonder if you wouldn't mind kicking us off by giving us a little sense of your perspective on the geopolitical landscape, which clearly is very significant in contextualizing all of these complex issues.
Great, and happy to be here with you, albeit virtually. I think we need to put this all in a larger context. Cyber and cybersecurity and our reliance on computers and computer networks certainly has become something that has only grown over the years. Our reliance certainly has grown, everything businesses to societies to finance, everything, and even becoming more dependent. But the vulnerabilities and the attacks, whether they be nation states, criminals, or others, I think have all grown too. And for years, we've talked about cybersecurity becoming more of a real national security priority, a policy priority that's also an economic priority, even a human rights priority. And for years, I think people have said, oh, yeah, it is, it will be, it's going to be that. But I think really the change over the last couple of years has been that because of things like ransomware, which has takes the abstract of cyber and turns it into something more concrete. And how cyber is played out in, for instance, the war in Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I think has made it more really of a national priority, not just in the U.S., but more around the world. And I think that's significant. More something we've, the cyber folks, the cyber cognoscenti have argued for a long time, but really haven't seen. And I think that has a number of aspects to it. I'd say that, the reason for that is in part because when you had the kind of huge displacements, the theft of intellectual property, the theft of trade secrets that we saw governments doing, the disruptions we've seen happen in the past, they were temporary. The ordinary person didn't get to really see or appreciate them. When your trade secrets are stolen, companies don't even get to see the things walking out the door. They may not recognize the impact until years later. But when you have one of these ransomware attacks that is by its nature disruptive and is coupled with extortion, where there's clear business interruption for businesses and interruption of government services. In the U.S., the paradigm was the Colonial Pipelines attack, where that was a giant ransomware attack by a criminal group, or at least supposedly a criminal group, that caused people to have to wait in line for gas. The Irish healthcare system, to bring it home to your island, had the national healthcare system hit. Food packing plants, people couldn't get their hamburger, or they were afraid of that at least, and that makes it a pocketbook issue and more of a political issue. So I think that coupled with the lack of clarity, but hype and deserved hype in some ways about AI, I think have made this all something that's become more important. Now, given that, though, it is something we can't look at as in vacuum. We can't just think of cyber as this technical issue. This has been the problem for many years, where people say, well, cyber, that's, I don't really understand that. You go to senior policymakers and government ministers or in our system, cabinet secretaries, you go to CEOs and companies, and they were like, well, that's a technical issue. I don't really need to deal with that. But for a company, it's a risk management issue, for a core risk management issue, and for governments, and increasingly is a geopolitical issue. And I think that means that the geopolitical nature of it affects everything that happens in cyberspace and all the negotiations that happen, but also vice versa. So when we think about the very disruptive cyber attacks that Russia has launched, not just in Ukraine, but also in the past, something called the NotPetya worm that was very disruptive in Ukraine and elsewhere. North Korea's WannaCry worm that again took down the national health system in the UK. Those disruptive things and how we kind of thwart them and how we defend ourselves against them really are tied up in the geopolitical relationship between countries. So for instance, with respect to intellectual property theft, we only made progress with the Chinese in the US, and I helped negotiate the deal with the Chinese back in 2015, when it was seen as not as a bilateral technical issue, but part of the overall US-China relationship. So I think the consequence of that is, as geopolitics have become more complex and more disruptive and spiraled downward, unfortunately, that's had the same effect on cyberspace. And what that means, I think, for the Atlantic relationship, the transatlantic relationship, is that even though there are divisions, and you mentioned a number of them in your opening, in terms of regulatory frameworks, in terms of views of personal information, I'd say a lot of those are coming together, by the way. There is more emphasis in the US on privacy legislation. You mentioned the national strategy in the US, which for the first time, very significantly, switched the paradigm by saying that we really need to think about regulation. We need to think about shifting the burden from the end user to the people who can bear it better, who could be the manufacturers and the other people in the ecosystem who deal with this, which is significant for the US. So I think there's a change there. But despite the differences in our systems, I think all of this conflict, including the war in Ukraine and the specter of even larger cyber attacks and the effect they'll have on our economies and people, have, if anything, brought the two sides closer together and made it an imperative that there is greater cross-Atlantic cooperation between like-minded countries to thwart this. And so, I think that's worth the threats that we see in cyberspace, whether it be nation states or criminal threats. A good example of that is the common cause that's been made in imposing sanctions and other things on Russia, or even broader than just cross-Atlantic, the counter-ransomware initiative, which now has over 40 countries from all over the world who are really focused on that particular threat. So I think all those things means we're in a troubled environment, obviously. This has real effects in cyberspace, but it means even more than ever, we need to be joined up. And one way I think that we need to do that is working with other countries, particularly less developed countries, to help them with capacity building, to help them build their cyber infrastructure, build their cyber policies. And that has the effect of not only making them stronger, but it also helps us because the attackers usually route their attacks through the weakest systems. And also, I think over time, it convinces these countries that we care about what's happening there. And so I think that pays dividends as well. So with that, that's a very quick summary, but I'll end it there.
Thanks, Chris. It's very quick, but it's very comprehensive. There's a lot there we can come back to. I think that last point in particular about, thinking about ways in which other countries can be helped to build capacity, and also the networking that's here required across so many different states and different regions as well. But just thinking on the geopolitical canvas for the moment, May, and coming to yourself, I mean, this is an area that interests you as well. How do you come at this?
Yeah, so you mentioned in the introduction, so I'm Director of the Centre for Secure Information Technologies, or CSIT, at Queen's University, Belfast. CSIT has been funded by the UK Research Council, UKRI, since as far back as 2009. And we've been funded as an innovation and knowledge centre in cybersecurity. What that means really is that our focus is not just on delivering high quality research solutions, but also looking at innovation activities and research translation. So the remit of the centre lies across both those aspects, research and innovation, but also we engage very heavily with industry partners, and we also have engage in policy and public engagement. So if I think of the areas that we work in and the focus on, I mean, they very much sort of complement many of the things that you were talking about there, Chris. Our research really is looking at the underpinning technologies that can be used to secure complex systems. So what I mean when I talk about complex systems are any autonomous system, but some of those critical national infrastructure systems like health service infrastructures and so on, safety critical systems, space systems, any of those. And our work looks at three aspects of that, looking at securing connected devices, in particular, looking at how do we trust devices that we're using, that we connect and store all our private information on, looking at network security and industrial control system security. And there's a kind of an aspect where we've done some work where we've looked at a lot of critical national infrastructure and those large industrial control systems contain legacy devices that once upon a time still exist today, but were never meant to be connected to the internet. And all of a sudden they are now. And that has created huge issues, huge challenges, and they were never built with security in mind and don't have security in those systems. So legacy systems and systems that are not built that keep a pace with current technologies. And I think this is in large, part to what caused WannaCry, what caused probably some of the issues in the ransomware attacks in the Irish Health Service, were systems that aren't being patched regularly or don't update automatically and things like that, which caused a lot of issues. One interesting example we looked at was devices legacy devices that were now connected. We found by Siemens and found that significant vulnerabilities in those devices and how they connected to the systems they were involved in, and uncovered potential attacks to those. The worrying thing was that these devices are used in nuclear power plants. So in terms of responsible disclosure and all of that, we absolutely contacted Siemens, talked about the vulnerabilities, and they looked at patching those. And we worked quite closely with the UK's National Cybersecurity Centre, NCSC, to help in terms of appropriate responsible disclosure and how to counter those vulnerabilities. But that's a kind of a one interesting example, and that's kind of at that heightened scale where there's real reasons to address those vulnerabilities. And the final area that we focus on in the centre is around what we call security intelligence. That's really looking at the whole area of AI and cybersecurity. So in terms of my own area of expertise and is really looking at the secure connected devices activity. And if we think of connected devices, I mean, on average now, households, you're going to start thinking about all your devices now. All households have at least 10 to 20 connected devices in your household. So that's anything from your laptops to your tablets, smart watches, smart TVs, smart baby monitors, even coffee machines. For whatever reason you're too lazy to turn it on, you can do it remotely. Thermostats, lights, cameras, and what all this means is that now that it's possible for someone to actually hack into your home network through your light bulb. I mean, that's insane, but it's possible. Now, there's been a lot of regulations and changes. This is where, it's not just a technology problem, as Chris mentioned, is like regulations become really important, policy, and all of these things. One of the main reasons, and so I guess if you kind of think of, well, if someone attacks my personal device, yeah, okay, that's just for me, okay, a personal thing, it's significant. But what we've seen in recent years is the use of compromised devices like IoT, these connected devices, to launch large-scale, massive denial of service attacks. So one of the most famous examples was these devices were all used, compromised devices were used to club together to create a Mirai botnet attack, where over 100,000 of these devices were used to launch a denial of service attack against the US internet service DIN. But that brought down Amazon services, US news websites, or CNN, Fox, Netflix, Twitter, all at the same time. So it was a very, very significant attack. And we've seen, different, not maybe to that scale, but different types of attacks like that happening all the time. So in terms then of the regulation, at least some of that has been, the main problems there were around these devices were being shipped with default passwords 0000, so not very hard to attack. Now, one of the simple changes, and it took many years to put this into practice, was to issue an requirement that all manufacturers had to ship devices with random passwords. And that, that simple regulatory change actually, has made a big difference in terms of those types of attacks. But then in terms of, what we're seeing a shift now, and this is where kind of the kind of geopolitical angle comes in, are attacks that are now focusing on the kind of the devices themselves and the underpinning sort of chips within devices. And more recently, we're seeing attacks. So if you're kind of at that underpinning stage, well, that kind of underpins the devices that make up lots of networks and systems that we use today. In 2018 and again in 2021, Bloomberg claimed that a tiny microchip had made its way into data centers in Amazon and Apple, and was kind of by China, and that was sending lots of data back to China. And these systems were in place apparently in place in defence agencies and so on. Now, both the US and UK national security agencies denied the attack and denied that it was possible. And I don't actually think it was true, but it was very sensational at the time. But actually, more worryingly was, so I also have, as another hat, I lead a UK-wide research institute in hardware security and hardware and embedded system security. And one researcher that works with us from Cambridge looked into this attack, and not to see whether it was true or not, but actually he said it actually was feasible, and that was the more worrying aspect of it. So really, now there's a huge focus on how do we ensure the security of devices, and particularly the underpinning sort of chips and electronic chips that make up those devices. There's a lot of activity happening, particularly in terms of chip manufacturing. It's dedicated to a few countries in the world. Now the US, EU, UK are trying to kind of play catch up and ensure, the sovereignty, I guess, and the security of the chip manufacturing has become really, really prominent and important to many countries. So the challenges around these are really universal. And in terms of, if you take like your smartphone, your smartwatch, it's very lightweight. It's a lightweight device, very limited resources. So how do you add complex security? That's challenging. It also is something that's not a closed system. So everybody has a mobile phone, everyone has a smartwatch. It's something that's really easily accessed by an adversary if they want to try and break that. So once they break one, they'll know how to break the other. So that's another challenge. And then we're also trying to keep a pace with the latest advances in technology. Things like quantum computing are not great for security today. They have other advantages, but not so for security. And then things like advances in AI. So actually, in terms of working together, we have a number of projects. We're actually working across the Atlantic with US partners to try and address all of those challenges and more. So I would see the strength and the complementarity of our research activities. While we may be addressing these problems in different ways through government initiatives in the different countries, but there is a real willingness, and I think there's a need to work together to try and solve those challenges. So from a geopolitical point of view, it's important to do that with trusted partners, and certainly, EU, US, UK, that does exist, and it's important. I think we do work together for those. And I'll probably get an opportunity later to speak to some of the activities that we're working on.
Exactly, yes. And again, thank you for a very comprehensive view there. One that I think will have scared most of the people in this room. Certainly scares me. I mean, the idea of domestic objects are being turned against us. But maybe there's time to come back to that as well. I also like that your approach to the presentation is very similar to Chris's. You give us this terrifying news for 10 minutes, and then you end on an upside and say, well, it's all improving. So let's hear a bit more about that as well as we go on. But I want to come on to Kevin next. Kevin, what's your immediate take, your way into this very complex landscape on cyber?
Sure, and I will follow up on what Chris said as well, and this seems to be the theme. Here at Boston College, what we did 10 years ago when we created our program, it was the whole idea that cybersecurity is not a tech issue, that it's a business risk, financial risk issue that needs to be run from the top down, meaning from the board of directors down through the C-suite and across the enterprise. And I can tell you 10 years ago when we said that, people would nod their head and say, this guy is nuts. It most certainly is a technical issue in many regards because that's what we're dealing with, network systems. But as you've seen over time, that there's been this recognition first up, at the board of directors issue, that cybersecurity is a board issue, it's a C-suite issue, but it's always been that you should address it that way. And I think what you've seen the last 3 years, and it really led off with New York Department of Financial Services with their Part 500 cybersecurity regulations. That was the first codification of what you see as the National Institute of Standards and Technology's cybersecurity framework for critical infrastructure. Before it was considered just guidance, and it still is guidance in many ways. But what New York did is they codified that. And once they codified, if you really look at that regulation, it's really a great playbook on how to set up any cybersecurity program. And with the new amendments as well, focusing on governance, it's a great playbook. But the way things have changed is it's no longer you should focus on cybersecurity as a core business function. It is you shall focus on cybersecurity as a core business function. And what you've seen now is with the new Security Exchange Commission's rules, that came out in July. They had the proposed rules that came out in March 2022. Rules went into effect in July. And there's really a focus there for all public companies. Again, if you read the language, there's this codification of the NIST framework. And what it does to boards of directors, as I like to say, there's no interest like self-interest. They've changed the game now for the board members that you cannot look at cybersecurity and pretend it's not there or willfully ignore it or just let it go in passing. You have to have not an expertise, but they want you to note and show your oversight responsibilities, what you're doing with cybersecurity, how it's being reported to you, how you properly resourcing it, how you're protecting the company, how you're protecting the shareholders. And what they do also is they go after the C-suite. Okay, there's a requirement in there that the business leaders are focused on intertwining their business strategy and cyber strategy together. And you have to acknowledge and highlight who your cybersecurity expert is. So it can be the CISO for one, but they also want the business folks to have an expertise in cybersecurity as well. And so you have the New York DFS, which applies to pretty much any company doing business in Wall Street and the financial services. You have the SEC rules dealing with public companies. And then we have the FTC dealing with their safeguard rules. And then also under Rule 5, Part 500, Rule 5, not Part 500. So you have it applying to public companies, financial services, and then private companies as well. And then tee it up to get over to where you are now, you have NIS2. And if you look at what that came out, they really came hard on senior management, okay, which applies to the board of directors and senior managers as well, that now the focus is pushed on you to focus on cybersecurity as a core business function. And that takes it out of the IT siloed piece. And what you're going to see, and now this is what I see the program is, like I said, the foundation is you have the regulations in place. It has to be a core business function, okay, which is fine. But I think the way the governments are going to approach this is anything when they overregulate, it's, okay, we're here to help, but we're the regulators. So they're really not there to help. They're going to come in and find fault. And what I think the big issue with cybersecurity is, and Chris touched upon on this, it was mentioned earlier too, it's a national security issue. Okay, so it's national security, cyber falls under this. And I think it needs to be addressed that way as well. Instead of, hey, shame on you companies, for the past 20 years, you haven't been taking care of your intellectual property, you haven't been taking care of the personally identifiable information that you maintain, you haven't been following best practice, which is a huge problem. But now we're going to regulate, we're going to push really quick on this. Okay, we're going to put all these requirements in place, and we're going to put this on you with no really thought of, hey, wait a minute, cybersecurity is a national security issue. I look back, my all my personal records were taken from the Office of Personnel Management. Okay, so I had top secret clearance, all my information, my social security number, my fingers, my retina, my kids' social security number, all gone. So if the federal government here in the United States couldn't protect that information, how do we expect mid-sized companies to protect that information? And that's where I think with the discussions today that we're having, it really comes down to academia, government, and private industry really working together. You talked about the president's initiative, which I think is fantastic and I support 1,000,000%. The problem is there's a lot more talk than actual collaboration or working together. There's a lot of outreach by the federal government here in the United States. Just in my classrooms, we just had Lieutenant General Kevin Kennedy from the United States Air Force. He heads up all cybersecurity for the Air Force, speak at one of my classes at Boston College 2 weeks ago. I have the Director for Cyber Threat Intelligence for the Office of the Director of National Intelligence coming in the classroom on Thursday, alongside another classroom where we have the Senior Advisor for CISA New England coming in to speak to our students as well. There's a lot of talk about what they're doing and the resources, but you're not seeing that real collaboration. It's more like a talk of a one-way street instead of getting together like we're getting together today to talk about, hey, how do we really work together and collaborate? Because the idea right now, and you see this, and I hear this from the business enterprises, is that, hey, we're victimized here. And right when we're attacked and we're hit with a ransomware attack, it's not like, oh my gosh, how can we help you? It's more, hey, you're a defendant here. This is what you did wrong. And then the government's coming after you as a target as opposed to as a victim. And that's problematic. And so I think, again, to keep this brief, that, cybersecurity is not a tech issue. It's a business risk management issue. And I think that this has to be addressed really with academia taking a lead, really being in the middle here, and then pulling in the government and private industry. And we've been trying to do this at Boston College and many things we worked. And, we're talking about transatlantic. We have a Fulbright Scholar program here at Boston College with Fulbright Ireland. It's been fantastic. And we've had leaders coming in from the government from Ireland coming over here to help us see how they work together and collaborate with universities and private industry. We also did an event recently with the U.S. State Department over in Dublin, where we came over and shared, hey, this is how the FBI works with our private industry. And then we saw how the government here in Ireland and then up in the UK, too, up in the north, work together and collaborate. And so a lot of folks over in Europe think that we're ahead of the game. I really don't think we are. I think we can learn a lot from what's going on in Europe, especially with data protection, individual personally identifiable information. I think in the United States, we have just a mishmash of safeguards in place, and we really need to look at the GDPR as a model and look nationally. Of course, here, Congress, I'm not expecting much in the next 5 years on data privacy, if anything, because they're lucky if we can keep the government open. But it is something that we have to focus on, and I think again, I'll finalize with we need academia taking the lead here and pulling in government and private industry to address this.
Well, thanks, Kevin. Great stuff again. There's so much there. Just before I go on and ask Chris to come back, which I'll do in a second, I do want, keeping an eye here in time, because I'd like to go to the room, and please have a think about maybe some comments or questions you like on this area. Kevin, thanks so much indeed. On the one hand, you brought that through to academia. I do want to come back to that, because I think Maya would like to talk about that very explicitly as well. But you said in passing there, apart from thinking about this very much as a business risk terrain, you also very much, I think, agreed with Chris. It's a national security issue, right? So if I can just come back to Chris on that and see if he could add a bit more to that, Chris, because I'm very interested in your experience internationally. If we take this up as a national security issue, that's also a way of saying this is part and parcel of the return of geopolitics. I mean, this is where we are now in a world of not just global threats, but of big power reactions in those global threats. Cyber is part of that. How do we get deals done in a world like that? You're familiar with multilateral institutions and efforts to make agreements. So I suppose I'm talking cyber diplomacy now.
Yeah, so I think you're quite right. I think just like it's a risk management issue, and you had to convince the board of that. I think for a long time, as I said, senior political officials treated this as a technical issue, but you don't have to be a coder. You don't have to be someone who, as a programmer, who understands the technology deeply to understand the geopolitical implications, just like you don't need to be a nuclear scientist to understand the geopolitical implications of nuclear. And I think we started to see that shift because, as you know, it really is a geopolitical issue in terms of the effects it has on our companies, our populace, and our governments. And it's not just a national security issue. I think one of the challenges here is that, you know, I don't know how it is in Ireland, but I'll say in the U.S. and I think in many other governments, the economic and innovation people and the security people don't talk to each other very much, and they have very different viewpoints on things. It's both an economic issue and a security issue. We need to think of this holistically as one thing. Now, and I do think that's happening, which is good. The bad thing is that does complicate the kind of arrangements we make. You know, when we have a problem with Russia hacking into systems and disrupting systems, it's not that we have necessarily a hacking problem with Russia. We have a Russia problem with Russia. We have to think about the whole aspect of our, not just the U.S., but the West's relationship with that country, what leverage points we have, and how we can try to bring more accountability and change those actions. And that's been very difficult. We have not been good at being able to actually change the actions and come up with a better accountability framework. And I think that's something that like-minded countries naturally are going to have to do. There have been negotiations, multilateral negotiations in the UN for years that have had great successes. For instance, we were able to agree on the international law applies in cyberspace. It seems like it's that's a given, but that was not always true. Some countries thought you needed a whole new legal framework for cyberspace, international legal framework. There's agreement on norms of behavior, a number of norms of responsible state behavior. They're voluntary, but they're political commitments. Things like don't attack the critical infrastructure of another country, don't attack the computer emergency response teams of another country. They're like the hospitals or the ambulances on the internet. Norms of restraint, but also norms of cooperation that every country in the UN has signed up to multiple times now. Now, does that mean they're not violated? No, they are violated constantly, but that accountability piece is still missing. But the fact we were able to get agreement, it was great. But now, to move forward, I think we're seeing that the geopolitics are really complicating that. In the UN, I go to this open-ended working group, it's called. It's every country in the world trying to negotiate, make some progress on the stability framework, which includes the two things I mentioned, and also confidence-building measures. They made, I'd say, incremental progress at best, and so those major progresses back a few years ago, because the same geopolitics you see on the world stage and everything else are playing out in that room as well, with Russia, with a number of other countries, with the division between the West and them, and also, quite frankly, some strain between the vast countries in the middle who just need help, who want capacity building, who need help from countries, and the contestation of both the West and I think Russia and China and others for those countries. So I think that's complicated. We have a UN cybercrime treaty that's been negotiated for about a couple of years now, and they're having their last session in January. Will they be able to make progress? Russia has a very different view of where they want to see the end point of that, which includes every kind of crime you can imagine that might take place on the internet, including content crimes. So this is the human rights aspect, versus the US and others who wanted to deal with real cyber crimes and are very sensitive to the human rights aspect. So these geopolitical divisions we see in every other area are fully expressed in cyberspace, and I think that makes it increasingly difficult to make progress. And so accountability is something I think we're unlikely to see in something like the UN Security Council because of vetoes and other just ways that it's organized. So how do we bring that accountability? How do we make cyberspace more stable and secure for everyone when it's getting more dangerous? And that's really a hard issue, I think. It's enforcing these norms, it's trying to really make sure this, just like in the physical world, we're getting that compliance, but that's not an easy thing given the environment we're in. Which again argues for, I think, stronger partnerships between countries who understand the challenges and threats and are also standing up for human rights and the UN Charter and making sure that those are enforced in the future.
Thanks again, Chris. Could come on to that now, because I think you have a good working knowledge of exactly this question of what kind of partnerships can be built. The UK or the US, I think you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we've a few examples we're working in partnership with US stakeholders to, I guess, solve some of the challenges that I alluded to earlier. So one example is in relation to the whole area of the sort of chip and device security, and with the US Chips and Science Act that came into force, I think it was last year, recently. It's a $280 billion investment to try and look at this whole area of how do we ensure the sovereignty and security and resilience of semiconductor chips in the US. In the UK, we had the semiconductor strategy released earlier this year as a £1 billion investment by the UK to again do the same thing. And then there was a EU Chips Act again looking at exactly that. How do we ensure sovereignty and then the resilience of the supply chain? So actually one area of this that we're looking at, again in partnership with the UK government, so the National Cybersecurity Centre that I talked about, we're hosting a UK-US workshop in Washington, DC later this month, looking at security in the era of global semiconductor initiatives. And that will bring together leading experts across academia, government and industry to really look at understanding what are the challenges and opportunities in this field. And really what we're hoping to do, given from a kind of a UK perspective, given that our strategy's recently been published and has a key security pillar. We have the Department for Security and Information Technology, or DCIT, is invited and will be speaking at that, and we're working with them and hoping that some of the outputs of this workshop can help actually influence and inform their future delivery of that kind of security pillar. So that's really a nice example. Another example, probably more kind of on the industry side, is a partnership we have with Rolls-Royce, and this is based out of the US, and this works quite well. It's the kind of aerospace division and their cybersecurity team based out of Indianapolis, but they set up a global cyber technology research network with 3 universities, that were the Carnegie Mellon and Purdue in the US and ourselves in the UK. And really, they're looking for us, and we've been involved in this now for 3 years, and it's being extended as we speak. I'm hoping the paperwork is going through Queen somewhere for another 3 years. To really work together collaboratively to help them solve some of their cyber sort of challenges and the threats that they have in terms of trying to protect the systems that they put in place. And that works quite nicely in that not only are we supporting Rolls-Royce in the US with that, but obviously it links across because Rolls-Royce also have bases in the UK. So it's a really nice sort of example of collaboratively working together with industry and academia to kind of solve sort of really important challenges.
Thanks so much, man. Kevin, I'm just going to come to you for another comment and then go to the floor if we have questions or comments. On the educational piece, you very much started that. You give us a sense of what Boston College is doing. But I know from comments you had sent me in advance and from a bit of what you've said there, you have a really strong sense that this education has to be much, much further than say, the third sector. It has to be really getting out there broadly. What thoughts do you have about that? And what is it that we need to be educating a citizenry about? Because this is complex to get your head around.
It is. And I think, we talk about, educating the board of directors. Okay. So, on the governance piece, what I do is I'm a research affiliate and then a senior lecturer over at MIT Sloan. So we created a program there for the boards, that we do. It's a 3-day short course, that's focused on board governance, focusing on cybersecurity for directors. Okay. So that's, getting at the edge. But looking at education broadly, I don't think it's something where we just start at higher ed and we're pumping out, the professionals. I think that's really important. Cybersecurity, we really have to start at the middle schools. You look at K through 12, okay? Of course, you're not going to start training, 5-year-olds in cybersecurity, although you probably could because they all have a device now, it seems. But I think really when you start looking at that middle school and the high school level here, there needs to be training in cybersecurity. I'm also, one of my side things I do is I'm the chair of the board of trustees for Boston College High School. So that deals with grades 7 through 12. and you look at all the issues that are impacting the students, we need to train those students on what cybersecurity is and the career paths forward in that as well. But then also in the community side of the house, we do outreach, we hold webinars, and it's really focused on, think of your grandmother, your mom, your dad, your brother and sister. Myra's brought this up earlier about everyone has their device. Think of everything that's on there. And your personally identifiable information, your sensitive healthcare information, your banking information, everyone uses that. And they look at cybersecurity, they're numb to it all. They see all these breaches that take place, but no one's actually thinking of cybersecurity as their own issue. They look at it as a government or a business issue, as opposed to, hey, I have all my information here. What's the type of hygiene I need? I think there needs to be a really cyber awareness program, not just October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, but really looking at the community aspects of it, dealing with small mom and pop businesses, looking at senior centers, really across the board and providing cyber awareness training. And that's something I think when you look at us at higher education, that's things we can do, and just volunteering and doing those boot camps or those trainings instead of charging everyone, hey, if you want to get educated in cybersecurity, it's going to cost you $50,000, or you can take this certificate and we're going to charge you $2,000. I think you go to, and I think this is really Boston College, and I know Georgetown and Queens, other universities. That's part of what our whole mission is service to others. And I think cybersecurity on the community level, there's no greater service right now, because it's not just, it is a national security issue, but when you stop pushing it down, it's a personal issue. It's a community issue. Think of all the nonprofits out there, all the sensitive data they have. So, stepping, and I don't mean to be on my soapbox here, but I think there's a great opportunity for educators to get out there and educate the whole populace. And that's something we can do, not just globally, we can push this out. And I think the collaboration we're having right now in these discussions with Queens and Georgetown, Boston College, UCD, and others, let's get out there and do some of that training.
Kevin, thanks. I'm going to go and see if there's any questions here, but just before I do, it occurs to me we've a panel on climate coming up, and hearing you talk about cyber awareness, hearing you talk about how we describe it and how we think about it and the role of academia, it seems to me there's a common ground there. If we're only going to bring issues of fear and threat to these concerns, there has to be an educational piece that allows us to reconceptualize, reframe, think differently. So thanks very much for that. Is there, Ted, first of all, and maybe one or two other hands? Thank you.
Very much. Fascinating panel. It gives me the creeps. So Kevin, in particular, with your case, my wife keeps saying we shouldn't pay bills online anymore. We should go back to using checks and putting stamps in envelopes. Well, I'm not sure the federal letterbox is safe, but it might not be hacked by somebody in, I don't know, Romania. So is it possible that ordinary members of the public can be protected or can protect themselves given the sophistication of these hackers?
I think it really comes down to it's a risk issue, right? So you're reducing the risk against you. So if you're using passwords that are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's not going to protect you. So it really comes down to like basic hygiene. When you use your laptop or you use your iPhone, what's on there? And a fun way to do this, well, I guess it's not a fun way, but if you really think of it this way, look at the NIST framework. In the basic sense of the terms, you have your iPhone, identify what you have on there, and then you make a risk analysis. Okay, I'm fine with doing all my banking on my iPhone. Okay, so once you make that decision to do that, then you get to how do I best protect myself and my data on there, and then you put in place protections. Okay, so you'd want to have maybe multi-factor authentication on your system. And then what you do is you detect, okay, you monitor your financial records, you monitor your iPhone, and you make sure that everything is always up to snuff. And then if something happens, you have a plan of action. How do you respond? How do you recover? And how do you get back to operational readiness with your iPhone? So it's really just like a basic way of knowing what's on there, knowing your data, know where it is, and know how you protect it, and having the best practices in place. I mean, multi-factor authentication, that's a best practice, a considered one. It's not foolproof. It reduces the risk, because most of the time when the cyber hackers are going, they're doing a drive-by, right? And they're looking for the low-hanging fruit. So you don't want to be the low-hanging fruit.
Thanks so much for that. I think, Chris, did you have a comment as well?
Yeah, there's a lot you can do, but what I'd say is you really can't expect your grandmother to do all these things to protect themselves. And I think one of the things about the new national strategy of the U.S. is really thinking about how do you move protection up the stack. So in other words, get the internet service providers to take a bigger role to protect people, get others to. I mean, even people who are cybersecurity professionals don't always do all the things they're supposed to do to protect themselves. Now, the good thing is, for most of you out in the audience, dedicated nation states aren't coming after you. So there are a lot of things you can do on cyber hygiene to protect yourself. But at the same time, I think this is not tenable going into the future.
Well,
So yeah, just to add to that, I mean, I would love to be in the ideal position to say that we'll solve it from a technology point of view so that users don't have to worry about it.
please say you will.
But, well, the biggest issue with security is the weakest factor is the human element, which is usually where, you know, the kind of social engineering attacks target to get access to systems in the first place through things like phishing attacks. But I would say, I mean, I think technology is advancing to try and deliver that goal. In the UK, the National Cybersecurity Centre was set up as kind of a transparent arm of GCHQ, and really their role was to try and help smaller companies, the public sector, and you know, everyone and society in general, to try and improve cyber hygiene. So actually there's great, I would encourage people to look at their website, the NCSE website, because there's fantastic advice and simple advice on how to improve things like password guidance. So the password guidance really is use 3 simple phrases rather than kind of all of these. And that's as secure as, you know, all of these dollar signs and capitals and smaller letters and so on. So there's some really simple guidance there, and also guidance for small companies and so on to try and help them. And they also step in as well. So, I mean, this idea that companies maybe, you know, smaller companies now are just as vulnerable as those sort of, you know, larger companies where you might think attackers will only attack the larger ones because there's more funding, more money to be had, but actually they've cottoned on that the smaller companies are more vulnerable, so on easy targets. Right. But again, NCSE do step in to help if they are attacked. And particularly like even university networks have been attacked, public sector, they will step in as well and help support them after the fact, as well as, you know, prior to that, they try and encourage them to think about their cyber hygiene. Yeah. So there is a lot of support out there. It's actually, I think some of it is about knowing where to look. So I'm not sure if people here today were aware of, for example, the NCSE password guidance, possibly not. There's a good starting point.
You've got a rapt audience. This is free tips from the experts, folks. This is good stuff. That last segment, I'm going to take that recording and show it to all my kids. We had another question there. Hi.
Thank you. It's a question about characterizing cyber attack and cyber intrusion as a national security issue. If you do that, how do you keep the national security agencies away and stop them deciding, well, this is proprietary for us, guess what, we'll set the rules?
I'm just going to say that's a very good question. Who would like to take that? Chris, could you start us on that?
I'll start. I mean, I think saying it's a national security issue doesn't mean you put the national security agencies in charge necessarily. You know, in the U.S., for instance, you know, you could argue the Department of Homeland Security is a national security agency, but it's not the national security agency. It's not the Department of Defense. You know, all those agencies do have a role. Intel agencies have a role. The commerce agencies have a role. The diplomatic agencies have a role. You know, the law enforcement agencies have a role. This is a multi-aspect problem. And so when I say treat it as a national security issue, I mean treat it as a no-kidding priority for you, not just as another bump that you need to deal with. And that's why I also say you have to treat it not just as a national security issue, but also as an economic and human rights issue altogether. So it's not, you know, I'm not at all saying that, okay, let's give it to the military because it's a national security issue. I think that would be a mistake, and I think many governments are not doing that.
Kevin, you're nodding there. Would you like to add something?
But I agree 100%, and in that it is a national security issue, but we're not going to hand it over, like, you know, Chris said, to the Department of Defense here. We have, you know, different roles, different agencies addressing it that collaborate and work together. And I think, you know, as we talked earlier, there's a place here for private industry and government in overall and academia to work together. You know, just to give you the framework, you have the Department of Defense in the United States, and then you have US CISA, the Department of Homeland Security, and then broadly the FBI. So they all have different roles. They talk to each other, but this is not something where the Department of Defense is taking the lead, and then you'd have a military aspect to this.
Thanks for that. Listen, we're getting close to the end of time here. I'm not seeing any more hands, so I'd like to bring us back finally locally. We didn't get the words Ireland or North, I think, mentioned in the last half hour, so we need to do that. And maybe it's the North we really need to pay attention to. We are here at Queen's, and I was struck in a conversation with Maya earlier where you pointed out that Northern Ireland has probably the most distinctive ecosystem of cybersecurity industries, not only in this island, but in the UK. Could you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, so when CSIT was formed back in 2009, really there was no cybersecurity ecosystem, or very, very few, if no, I'd say no really companies working in the area in the region. But we've helped facilitate the growth of that cyber ecosystem significantly. So from that standing start in 2009, in the region, we now have over 120 companies working in cybersecurity, with over 2,700 cybersecurity professionals working in the region. So it's a really real fantastic success story. We're recognised as a successful, globally, one of the more successful research and innovation clusters for kind of that academic, government, industry sort of collaborative activity working together. And actually, really interestingly, Northern Ireland is the #1 investment location for internationally for US cyber firms. And I think that's down to that really strong ecosystem and the international reputation that we have in the region for the whole area of cybersecurity. So more recently, as part of the New Decade, New Approach Agreement, if we can get government back to help implement the rest of that, the UK government set a target for Northern Ireland to actually reach 5,000 cybersecurity jobs in the region by 2030. And part of that included a major £10 million investment that we're involved in, where we're working collaboratively with 8 SMEs, cybersecurity-based SMEs in the region, to look at how we can embed the latest research in AI and cybersecurity into their businesses to help them grow and scale. And we've one really nice example of this where one of our PhD students working with actually a US-based firm, Rapid7, working in the latest technologies in AI-enabled cybersecurity. And they brought that student in to lead and grew an entire team in that area around them because it was helping them grow their business. We want to replicate that model and really see, we're talking about all the downsides of cybersecurity, but in this region, it's been a real economic success for Northern Ireland. It's just been fantastic, and we want to see that grow even further, and I think there's lots of potential.
It is a great story, but I can't end entirely without mentioning the Republic as well. We have a couple of minutes, and I want to go here to both Chris and Kevin for quick comments, because in a certain kind of way, the Republic of Ireland is finding itself on the digital front line, in a sense, in Europe, in terms of regulation. That's a difficult space to be, a very fine and important space to be, but diplomatically there's lots of challenges. I just wonder if either of you have a view on what's coming down the road there for Ireland in terms of regulation.
Well, I'll jump in first and then I'll pass it over to Chris. I think on the regulatory front, and you're really talking about the GDPR here.
Absolutely, yeah. Right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think right now you have all the businesses coming in to Dublin and Cork, and we see that. I think they're just in a tough spot because whatever decision you make, and this is just me speaking my opinion, you're not going to win because you're always going to upset someone. It's either you're too harsh or you're not harsh enough. But I think the role they're in right now, and Helen Dixon heading it up, they're right where they need to be. You'd rather be the leader in this than be the follower. And I think they're making the decisions, they're looking at the evidence that comes back in, and they weigh it and they make their judgments accordingly, and then it goes up through the courts to the General Data Protection Board, who makes the final decision. So I think being in the leadership seat, sometimes it's tough, but I'd rather be the leader than the follower.
All right, I like that phrase. Chris?
Yeah, look, I think a couple of things to keep in mind. One, I do think that being the first mover, I agree, it makes a big difference. Because you help set the global standards. And although a lot of people complained about the GDPR, it became the global standard. I remember testifying in our Congress, and they were like, well, can't we tell them to change it? And I was like, no, If you want to do something, do your own framework. If you want to set a global standard, act. Just don't sit there. And so I do think that you have an opportunity with that. But the other thing I'd say is, regulatory frameworks are important, especially given the shift that we've seen in the US too, but you need to do it in a smart way, obviously. It has to be interoperable with other regulatory frameworks around the world. You do have to take into account innovation, not just as a knee-jerk, oh, it's going to stifle innovation, but how can you promote innovation and while at the same time making sure you're creating the right incentive structure, which I think we need to do. I think that simply having incentive structures alone hasn't worked over the last 20 years. So having that balance works. But also be careful that regulation is not a proxy for creating better innovation. You said in the beginning that the EU has been very active, for instance, with the Digital Markets Act and other things to try to deal with gatekeepers and try to give the chance for industry to flourish. Well, to some extent, there's also a little bit of doctor heal yourself. You have to look at your own policies, your own regulation that's maybe held back some of the innovation in your own countries, and make sure you're addressing that as well as thinking about how you protect industries from competition abroad. So you have to think about both those things together and not just simply say, well, if we regulate, everything's going to be fine. It has to be part of a larger policy.
Chris, thanks. Listen, folks, we are up to the coffee break here. I want to thank all our speakers, Chris, and in Geneva. We have Kevin up there in Boston. Please have a virtual coffee on us. And Maya here, you're going to join us for a real one. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. You're very welcome to Where Now for the Northern Ireland Economy in a Transatlantic Context. Thank you to Katie for organising this event and this conference. My name is Noyona Chinder. I am Chief Executive of the Consumer Council for Northern Ireland. Hopefully you've heard of us if you haven't heard of me. And I'm delighted to be chairing this session. Our speaker does not need any introduction, but nonetheless, I'm going to do my best to introduce Special Envoy Kennedy. Building on the long-standing US commitment to supporting peace, prosperity and stability in Northern Ireland and the peace dividends of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement in Northern Ireland, President Joe Biden announced last December that he was appointing Joseph Kennedy III as the Special Envoy to Northern Ireland for Economic Affairs. In this capacity, the Special Envoy's focus is on advancing economic development and investment opportunities here in Northern Ireland to the benefit of all communities, as well as strengthening the people-to-people ties between the United States and Northern Ireland. He has dedicated his career to public service, including 8 years in the US House of Representatives, tenure as Massachusetts Assistant District Attorney, and service as a Peace Corps volunteer. Joe Kennedy has quickly become well known and widely appreciated throughout Northern Ireland, and we are delighted to have him here today to address this conference on the appropriate theme of bridging the Atlantic. Thank you, Special Envoy Kennedy, for carving out the time in your diary to be with us today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that incredibly kind introduction, Iona. My biggest regret is that I am not able to be with you in person today. I think, as you know, or I hope, I always enjoy my time in Northern Ireland. I've had the chance to make the trip over there in a number of times in this capacity over the course of the past 10 months or so. And I have such an incredible love for this wee place and how very welcome you always make me feel. So thank you very, very much. And a huge thank you to you for all the work that you do at the Consumer Council of Northern Ireland and your continued efforts in that capacity. I also want to thank a dear friend of mine, Ted Smith, for the initial invitation and for his work to bridge the Atlantic, particularly between University College Dublin and New York University, and naming just a few of the roles that he plays in the United States and on the island of Ireland. I also want to thank everyone for attending this important conference and for your commitment to spreading a lasting peace and prosperity for all of the communities on the island, especially the most disadvantaged. When President Biden appointed me as special envoy last year, he was particularly interested in boosting economic hope in areas of deprivation that had yet to see much of the heralded peace dividend from a Belfast Good Friday Agreement. We all know that the best social program is, in fact, a job. Steady and gainful employment can do so much to reduce tensions that persist amidst poverty, alienation, and isolation. That reality is not unique, of course, to Northern Ireland. The United States has no shortage of deprivation zones that have been left behind by the incredible growth of a new tech economy. My hometown in Boston here is no exception, where gleaming tech labs sit blocks away from some of those poorest census tracts in the country. Across both sides of the Atlantic, there are efforts to spread the promise of prosperity to all through closing a skills gap, investing in science, math, engineering education, boosting opportunities for companies headed by women and young entrepreneurs. So I want to be clear. We all know that there's much more to do in my home and in yours to create a more inclusive economy. My job as special envoy has been to double down on the bet on Northern Ireland that President Clinton made over 25 years ago, and to concentrate as much as possible on how to spread new investments to neighborhoods where economic instability contributes to political and social instability. So many of the institutions that are represented here today, like Georgetown University, Boston College in the United States, Queen's University, and University College Dublin, on the other side of the Atlantic, should take an awful lot of pride in the direct and indirect support for creating a welcoming environment for investment. Just a couple weeks ago, it led a trade delegation of over 50 business executives from some of the biggest companies in the United States to Northern Ireland, where we were very warmly received from Newry to Derry and to Belfast. For many on the trip, it was the first time that they had set foot in the region, and they weren't sure what to expect. We were, of course, greeted with a very big hello and the declarations that we were, once again, very welcome. Those individuals saw and had a chance to meet a well-educated workforce, seeing a growing spirit of entrepreneurial drive, lower costs, and unique access to EU and UK markets. Guided along the way, of course, by strong research institutions and public sector support. But most of all, members of our delegation were impressed by Northern Ireland's greatest asset, its people. Early investments in the wake of a Belfast Good Friday Agreement tended to be concentrated in software and financial services. Folks like Ted Kelly, Belfast-born president of Boston-based Liberty Mutual, was one of the first believers in the potential of Northern Ireland to become a banking hub. John Cullinane, the founder of Cullinate Software in Boston, helped convince many companies that an area to set up shop in Northern Ireland to become a leading center of cyber innovations. That contributed to spin-offs in cybersecurity, making Northern Ireland Europe's leading investment destination in a field that is growing exponentially as the perils and promise of artificial intelligence, poised to either help or hinder economic growth and security. The region is also fertile territory for biosciences, with exchanges across the Atlantic between research labs, pharmaceutical companies in Boston, and the universities and firms in Belfast, some homegrown and others based in the United States. Northern Ireland's growing reputation as an incubator of clean tech was of particular interest for investors from Boston and Cambridge, as a green revolution promises both a stable planet and strong returns. Over 230 US companies currently do business in Northern Ireland, where they employ roughly 30,000 people. That's 30,000 different families that are touched, with roofs over their heads, foods on their plates, and progress for a future. What's more, the United States is Northern Ireland's largest source for high-value foreign direct investment. I'm glad to report that there was an upward bump in those numbers with the commitments that were made on the trade delegation. Among them was an announcement by Tom DiNapoli, the controller for the state of New York, the man that oversees their pension funds, that he will invest another $50 million, continuing his investments into Northern Ireland. That came as Coca-Cola, which was represented by its president, John Murphy, and announced the opening of a new canning line at its plant in Lisburn, adding 35 jobs as part of a £17 million expansion. In all of our meetings, whether with leaders of industry, political parties, or civil service, we've got a small slice of everything that this incredible place has to offer. They also got to see a bit of its past, and a bit of its future. We saw walls that were built 4 decades ago and walked on walls that were built 4 centuries ago. We heard from barrier breakers about the courage that it took to be a history maker, to lift their eyes to a horizon beyond the confines of sectarian interest, to take a leap of faith for peace. And we saw that impact. One delegate told me while we were on a bus tour of Belfast, quote, "This is incredible. I couldn't have walked here when I was a kid. I would have been killed." It's awfully powerful for members of our group to sit and hear those stories, one after another, of folks that had been in or experienced Northern Ireland all those decades ago. For me, one of my favorite moments came when we were walking through the streets of Derry, of course, posing with members of the delegation right before Derry Girls mural. A group of kids came up and asked if I was Joe from Peaky Blinders. Not quite. But perhaps the most moving moment was seeing Peter Robinson and Jerry Adams sitting side by side at Stormont, a discussion at an event organized by Assembly Speaker Alex Maskey. Former DUP leader, Assembly First Minister, said that the biggest regret that he had was not finding a way to start talking earlier. The exchanges between Robinson and Adams weren't necessarily ones of those old and dear friends. It was a respectful discussion, sitting next to each other, talking of their versions of the past and how it could come together for a better version of the future. It was a strong validation of the future of Northern Ireland, where power is shared, local governance intact, and everyone is pulling in the same direction. Where one is guided by the past, but not held hostage to it. It's a balance that Northern Ireland wrestles with, and so as well many other parts of the world today. The hard, messy work that democracy requires is that we find ways to provide people a chance to knit together a common future from all those divergent pasts. It's the work that Northern Ireland must do, but you do not have to do it alone. And it's in these difficult times where we do well to rely on friends. Northern Ireland has a few better friends than those gathered here this afternoon. Our efforts to strengthen the economy, to serve to create a broader foundation of progress and prosperity. I'm so grateful to each and every one of you for your contributions to that process. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share a few thoughts with you this afternoon. Thank you for all that you do to try to light a path forward for a better future for Northern Ireland. Grateful for the opportunity and happy to take a few questions.
Thank you very much, Special Envoy, for those words. And we are now going to move to the audience for a few questions, if you don't mind. And I'm going to start with Ted Smith. Thank you, Ted.
Hello, Ambassador Kennedy. Thank you for joining us. And you come from a long line of Kennedys who've done great things for peace in Ireland over 50 years. And we're grateful to you for that. And we're also grateful to you for emulating Senator Mitchell in your capacity for listening, which is striking. Everybody remembers the story of that Senator Mitchell told. He went into a few meetings with people and listened for about 5 hours. And then people came out from that meeting and said, he didn't say a word. People came out from the meeting and said, that guy, George Mitchell, he's really clever. So you've all picked up on the importance of listening. I guess
we all picked up on the importance of listening to you, most importantly.
No. My question's very simple. And it's maybe a bit unfair, but because you were very knowledgeable about Northern Ireland before you came. But is there anything you learned that you didn't think you would have learned? Something unusual from your time here that struck you as interesting or different? Thank you.
You know, Ted, thank you. And as I said before, thank you personally for your help and support over the years. You were gracious in your comments about my family. I've tried to learn from them, and they've generations have been wise to be for your generosity to be counseled by you, and I'm grateful to count myself in their company. Look, I think by far the single biggest takeaway from every visit I've had to Northern Ireland in this role is the one that you can't read about. You can't, an economic analysis isn't going to give it to you. It's not something that you can pick up in an economist article or some, investment thesis. But it is what is so palpable if you spend any time here. And it's a recognition that Northern Ireland has gone through a lot, right? And not just over a 30-year period of the Troubles, and not just in the 25 years since, but its broader, longer history, hundreds of years, has been one of times of division and difference. And so to think of where this place has come after all of that history, to be at a point where there is such a yearning for and an effort towards a brighter, better version for tomorrow. That's the part that I wanted our delegation to come away with. And a reference point, not of, hey, look at how much more needs to be done, but a recognition of, where was the American South 25 years after the U.S. Civil War, right? What happened to our Reconstruction efforts? We wrote a constitution once declaring our independence, threw it out after about a dozen years because it wasn't working. Wrote another one that still put people as property and denied basic humanity to women and a whole swath of other parts of our population. We still don't have this whole democracy thing figured out. So from my perspective, turning around to look at how far Northern Ireland has come given the challenges that it has been forced to confront is nothing so short of extraordinary. And yes, there's still hurdles here that need to be addressed. But when I was on with a couple of folks from our delegation this morning, and both of them thanked me for providing them the opportunity to be in front of Eileen Bell and Mark Durkin and Jerry Adams and Lady Trimble and Peter Robinson while they saw them interact. And to know that history and to know where they are today and to think what it must have taken to have all of them on a panel being able to discuss and work through and talk about the future. What a powerful moment that was. So that's been my biggest takeaway, and I'm so grateful for it.
Thank you very much. And now I'm going to go to the room, and the man who I used to work for, Colin Lewis. Is there a mic?
Is there a mic to you? Just at the back row.
Thank you, Noya, and welcome, Mr. Kennedy. Yes, my name is Colin Lewis. I'm a retired senior civil servant and spent a long time working on economic development, straddling the years of the Belfast Agreement. So my question is twofold. I mean, since President Clinton's decision to involve the US in the politics of Ireland and the UK in the 90s, I mean, the scale of political advocacy invested by the US administration has, when working to promote peace and prosperity, has been really substantial and extraordinary. Your organisation of the recent trade visit is another example of that. Much has been written about the peace dividend, the quality and the quantity of that dividend that has accrued over the last 25 years. A lot by the academics in this institution. But can I ask you for your objective assessment of the economic progress that has been made in Northern Ireland since then? And then following on from this, and I appreciate, I don't want you to break confidences here or anything like that, do you think our local politicians have a clear vision for a modern, equal, prosperous Northern Ireland? And if so, what future role might the US administration have in supporting it?
Thank you, sir, for both those questions, and they're obviously good ones. Look, I think the economic prospects and the opportunities for Northern Ireland are substantial going forward. And, I think when you look at some of these statistics, right, roughly 230 American companies that are already operating in Northern Ireland. Names like Citi with nearly 4,000 employees, PwC with nearly 4,000 employees. I think PwC's largest office, I believe, in the entire UK is in Belfast, if I remember correctly. You've got over 1,000 companies from around the world that are doing 1,200, I think, that are doing business in Northern Ireland. Those statistics themselves indicate a highly educated workforce, a strong and positive place to work, access to talent, all sorts of just fundamentals that are very strong and point to the right direction. I think when you think of the enormous progress that has been made in not just fintech, which has a strong history in Northern Ireland, but for cybersecurity, to see the cluster that has organically grown because of investment, talent, all sorts of other pieces that come into to create it, it is nothing short of extraordinary, and it is the envy of plenty of other parts of Europe, and a huge credit to officials in Northern Ireland for what they've done to cultivate that. I'm also conscious, obviously, of the fact that there's areas with which Northern Ireland economy still needs to improve, without question. I don't mean to minimize those, but I do highlight the fact that my alma mater, where I went to undergraduate or university, was back at Stanford University in California. When I was there, I think this is still accurate, or was accurate. I've said it plenty of times, so I hope it is. But Palo Alto was the zip code of the highest amount of venture capital investment in the world. Across the highway was East Palo Alto. That was, at the time, I think, the murder capital of the country. And so, when we think of, when so much is written and said about, oh yes, Northern Ireland has, if you've got the equivalent of a college degree, third level certification, the unemployment rate is essentially zero. You've got the highest, Belfast is the safest city of its size in all of UK. It's the happiest region of the entire UK, all sorts of these accolades. But there's this other side of things that is, holding the region back. Sure. Welcome to many parts of the United States. I am here in the Seaport District of Boston, which is one of the fastest growing parts of the city. A mile and a half behind me is a very different lived reality and experience that decades of efforts and billions of dollars haven't wholly solved. And so I say that to say, one, these issues are hard to wave your hand at, even with the best of intention and effort and resources to try to address. And that Northern Ireland's history in many ways is very unique. Some of these challenges aren't. And I think it should give folks a bit of a dose of humility for criticizing them. There are lessons that can be learned about trying to say, okay, well, what can we do to try to address that calcification and stagnation that we see in some aspects of society, to try to find ways to reinvigorate it and break down some of these barriers and borders. And candidly, the United States has a lot to learn from that as well. And I think there's big opportunities going forward for Northern Ireland. With regards to a common vision, in the second part of your question, I think there is, right, a common vision amongst many of your politicians and political parties. And the first thing that I would point to in that is that Northern Ireland did do the hard work of coming up with a 10X vision, People, Planet, Prosperity, that lays out with broad consensus as to what that economic future for Northern Ireland can be. And that was even before Windsor Framework. So I think there are kind of fundamental principles as to what a Northern Ireland economy, that future can be, and how that can look across the entire region. Not going to be surprising. I mean, look, I'm a member of the Democratic Party. You ask members of the Democratic Party for an economic vision, you have two people, you're going to get 10 different opinions. So like, you know, there's a healthy dose of divergence there amongst skill set, amongst background, amongst region, against natural resource, against, you know, local conditions as to what should be prioritized where. But I do think that that's only natural. Now, I don't mean to paper over all of these other differences and visions here, but again, Northern Ireland has done the hard work of trying to lay out in broad brushstrokes what that future can be, and I think they deserve an awful lot of credit for it.
Excellent. Thank you so much for such a comprehensive answer to two questions, and Colin was told to ask one, and he did not listen. Any questions from the floor? The lady in the blue sweatshirt.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to ask my question. You talked a little bit about peace dividends and those most impacted in terms of the Troubles. I come from a low-income neighbourhood in East Belfast, and we still have paramilitary influence in some areas. And so when we talk about peace dividends and our young people and what they're learning today, I really see threads of business having some sort of also a responsibility morally to work with grassroots organisations to deliver that real and meaningful change as we've seen government budgets cut or more challenging. Would you agree with that in terms of bringing businesses on board to work with non-profit organisations, and how would you deliver that, or how would you support that?
So 1,000 times over, and thank you, ma'am. I can't see you and I don't know your name, but thank you for asking the question and for making that observation. So 1,000 times over. And look, I think one of the issues, and this is some of the follow-up that I'm doing with members of our delegation, is to recognize that there needs to be an appropriate balance between continuing to invest in and prioritize the areas that are unique capabilities for the people of Northern Ireland, just like there would be in Boston, right? Financial services, biotechnology, you know, all sorts of kind of high-end intellectual capital that is here. But if you just invest in that and reinvest that dollar into the cutting edge, most highly trained, highly qualified way to attract talent, on the one hand, great, but you risk leaving an awful lot of sectors behind. And we cannot, in the United States, and particularly in Northern Ireland at this point, define success as just how high can those top earners, achievers, innovators go without recognizing that there is not just an economic need, but an obligation to try to bring everybody else with us, right? You're going to repeat the mistakes of the past if you continue across the divergence. And so, look, that was part of the effort that I went through of saying, look, on this delegation, we're going to stop. We're not just going to be focused in one place. We provide opportunities to get around as best we could in a couple of days to get around a region. We're going to break the group up into different sectors to be able to explore different parts of the city of Belfast. We obviously went to Newry when we took a group to Derry to provide those opportunities as well. We had a member of our delegation go out and see peace players and dove into some of the not just historical differences, but how that history is still impacting past, is impacting present, which obviously will have a say about the future. But is there a way to do the hard work to bring people together about recognizing that future going forward? And so I do think, and part of my own work going forward from this delegation, I view it as doing a lot more work, candidly, with that social sector. Because success, again, can't just be, hey, more American investment to recruit businesses, individuals away from top flight businesses that then just ping pong back and forth to each other. That doesn't solve the long-term structural need and opportunity for Northern Ireland. It doesn't solve for the United States either. So I'm grateful that you brought it up, and I think a critical component going forward to make sure that this endeavor is successful.
Anybody else in the room? The gentleman there in the jacket.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question that's a little broader than that. And that's basically, does the current United States administration still regard the Northern Ireland peace process as a template that can be applied to other places in the world? Or because it's successful, has it become sort of siloed in its own success?
I don't want to speak for President Biden on this because I think he would have his own opinion on it, but I'll speak for myself insofar as I can answer that in this capacity. I think there are extraordinary lessons to learn about this process, about what was successful in Northern Ireland and how that can be applied in other places around the world. And I think one key lesson to that is right where we started, in that the recognition of what Senator Mitchell was able to achieve, right? Was you do well on the first side of this by doing an awful lot of listening. Because people have a past and they've got their perspective, and invalidating that perspective is not going to get you anywhere when you're trying to get to peace, right? Peace is it comes down to a choice, right? And it comes down to a choice as to whether individuals are going to be willing to stomach the pain that they have endured for the sake of their future, or whether they're going to continue a cycle because of wrongs that were done to them and their families, and the pain and hurt and loss that came with that. And so treating any type of peace process as anything other than a process, I think, is foolhardy. And much like processes, one could argue, I certainly would, that they're never really over. Look at what is taking place across the United States today, and you tell me if some of the struggles and compromises that were made in our history, whether it was our Declaration of Independence, our founding, our Articles of Confederation, our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, Civil War, if we are not still trying to find our way through those. And I would certainly argue that we are. And for all of the brilliance of our founders, like, women weren't people. I certainly wasn't. I didn't count. I was Catholic. And, my entire father's family wouldn't have counted. Mother's family might have, father's family wouldn't have. To say nothing other than of great swaths of an American populace today. So there is those principles upon which there must be an ongoing, continual effort to try to find to engage kind of at that most local level, to hear people out, to understand their perspective. And you're not going to change that perspective. But what you can do with the right political leadership at the time in those places, and what you can do to recognize that and cultivate it and try to legitimize that, to lift those leaders up and then give them, hopefully, the opportunity to be able to make that choice, despite the enormous amount of pain and sacrifice and consequence that comes with it. I think we could all use a dose of that. And again, I come back to my takeaway from being seated on that panel and moderating it, which was a little bit of a surprise to me, candidly. There was I found out about that a bit last minute, but to think of what those individuals and the parties that they represented, and the people that they represented in those parties, what it would have had to take for them to go through that process, and how hard it must have been, personally and professionally. But to see what they achieved by doing so, pretty extraordinary.
Thank you so much. And if I could just build on that, Special Envoy Kennedy, briefly, you founded the Groundwork Project. So can I ask, what specific lessons can we take from that experience to actually ensure that communities in Northern Ireland who feel that they have been left behind and are turned off by the political process, how can we engage them in moving forward?
Ayana, it's a great question, and I guess I would say that there's more lessons that I'm taking from my time in Northern Ireland back for that initiative than perhaps elsewhere, or perhaps the reverse. But I would say is, candidly, if there's groups that feel that they've been left behind, then they've been left behind, right? Left behind is a perspective of the person that is left, not the person that perhaps is out in front, right? And so if folks feel like they have, then they have been. And again, part of that ongoing work for leaders of society is to make sure that you are in fact bringing everybody with you. And that can be a hard tension, right? You see opportunity out in front of you, you see excitement out in front of you, you see the leadership out in front of you to run at that and to chase that. That old, I think, African proverb, right? If you want to go fast, go alone. You want to go far, go together. And I think there's real wisdom in that. The groundwork was founded in I found it after I left office as part of an observation saying, in order to, a hallmark of a healthy civic society is that there are organizations that are able to come together to give voice, space, opportunity to citizens to engage in discussion, to come together around collective action. It's one of the fundamental aspects of my Peace Corps service, right? It was to help communities that in very undeveloped parts of the world, where I was in the Dominican Republic, to find benefit of coming together to be able to unite behind a common community interest, to be able to then activate collectively and champion that collective need. If there's not resources that have been able to be pushed down to those communities, and they can't effectively activate for themselves, or then you're going to see them drift off. You're also going to see a lack of agency, and with that lack of agency and engagement, you see you can see how that thread parlays into a sense of fatalism, a lack of citizen engagement, and ultimately resistance, and so or apathy. And so a big lesson that we're trying to take from groundwork is to say, and a healthy democracy requires a level of civic investment in our population. This is not something that is just done. This is something that has to be cultivated, nurtured, and invested in everywhere. And some communities will do that more naturally because of presence of research institutions, because of, when you have places like Queens and Ulster and Belfast, you have academia that comes in, and you have investment dollars that come in, and you have people that come in, you have disposable income that comes with it, and investment money that comes with it, and that can be turned over to pull people together around choices to make for their future and that of their community. For other communities that don't have that, those resources aren't there, and that investment doesn't come. And then you see the consequences of it, because democracy is a contested space, whether that's internal issues politically or external ones. And we're seeing more of both as our politics becomes more polarized. And so, the lesson I think that unites folks across the Atlantic on this issue is your democracy is only as healthy as your exercise and as your investment. And you cannot expect to not invest in parts of communities, expect them to exercise on their own without any resources, and expect a healthy democracy to result. And I think the United States is waking up to that far too late for various aspects of our society, and it's going to be up to us to try to have to do the work and the effort to make up the difference here.
Very powerful. Thank you very much. I think reflecting, we're right up against the time. So reflecting on what you have shared with us and what I've heard from the room, what's amplified to me is the importance of relationships, the importance of dialogue, and the importance of common purpose. And if Northern Ireland is to truly achieve its economic potential, then what we need to do is make sure we harness our ambition with a very clear focus of delivering both a better economy, but also a society for everyone in Northern Ireland. So thank you very much, Special Envoy Kennedy. It has been a real pleasure to have you here today.
Thanks for having me. And listen to Ted Smith, right? There you
We will.
go. Thanks, everybody.
That's it. I think I'm in big trouble because I ran over.
Thank you so much, Naona. Ted, thank you so much. So I'm delighted now to welcome our next panel on climate action. John Barry, thank goodness. Delighted to hand over to you as chair. And Jenna and Rosalind, please come up to the top. And I will have which microphone shall I? Oh, the blue one. Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Delighted to be here. I haven't seen as much security since we were on strike outside the Lanyon there a while ago. Hi everybody, I'm John Barry and I'm a professor here in the Centre for Sustainability, Equality and Climate Action. I'm delighted that we have this panel on what now for climate action in a warming world. And I'm so glad it's at the end of the event, Katie, because part of me was reflecting, if you look in my area of political science, and we have all these textbooks about different topics, the environment and climate usually are at the end of the textbook. 7 miles outside, got the train in. I was waiting an hour because of flooding on the line. And what's wrong? Oh, this.
It just stopped working for some reason.
Okay, thank you. So I was just saying, I'm so glad that it was delayed because we are now seeing extreme weather events are right here, right now. The waters are literally at our feet. I often tell my students that certainly on the island of Ireland and Belfast in particular, like your man out of Jaws, where when he sees the shark and he says to the other fella, we need a bigger boat, we're going to need bigger drains. We're going to have to start pulling up concrete to allow green and blue spaces in our cities just simply to adapt to the extreme weather events that we're now seeing. But we only have 2 panelists here today. Nina, unfortunately, is not well. She wasn't able to join us, which is great for our 2 remaining panelists, who I have to say are completely non-sectarian in terms of the colours, in terms of you have both communities represented here, which is wonderful to see. Of course, I'm a good socialist, so I can be the red one. But we're going to look at this issue of where now for climate action on a burning planet. But as you'll see, we can't really talk about the climate without also talking about the ecological crisis. We have a nature crisis as well. I don't want to bring everybody down on this already wet and miserable afternoon, but we are now witnessing the 6th great mass extinction. Species are going extinct much quicker than the background rate of evolution as a result of human activities. The last time we had something like this, of course, remembers the dinosaurs, when the meteor hit the Gulf of Mexico and wiped out 95% of all life on the planet. So we're in a really serious situation, or as we say in Dublin, we're in a jocker. And part of the session today is to look for signs of hope. And certainly not just because it's nice to be the token man on the panel, although there's only 2 women here today, but I do feel myself, both as an academic and as a father of 2 children, increasingly worried about my kids' futures on this issue. And I do feel like the character Jennifer Lawrence in Don't Look Up, if you haven't seen that movie. If you haven't, go see it and you'll see what I'm talking about. So I'm delighted to have 2 change makers here this afternoon. Both are going to make some remarks, probably for 5-7 minutes or so. We then have a conversation with the 3 of us, and then we'll open up to the floor for discussion. So we have Rosalind Skilland, who's my favourite local journalist who writes for the Belfast Telegraph, also the advocacy and policy officer for a very well-known local organisation that you may want to talk about, Rosalind. And then, because we're in an education setting, it's rather appropriate, Jenna Potter from Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful, who manages the 30 Under 30 programme of Changemakers, which I think has been really exciting cross-Atlantic importation in terms of a programme that ran in America that's been very successful. As I was saying outside, particularly for young women to find their voice in the climate and ecological political area. So, in no particular order, but because you're closest to me, Rosalind, I'd like to introduce you and to address the assembled crowds.
Thank you very much, John. Yeah, and thank you, Katie, for the invitation to participate as well. Really delighted to be here. So obviously this conference is called Bridging the Atlantic. And I actually work in marine policy. I'm the Marine Policy Officer for Birdwatch Ireland, so I was thinking a bit about, the Atlantic Ocean. And it's the world's largest ocean, covering 1/5 of the Earth's surface. It's 41 million square miles. It drives our weather patterns, and it provides a home for species like the walrus, the great white shark, and the green sea turtle. The Atlantic also separates 2 continents, but in the spirit of this conference, I'd suggest that it actually bridges them. If a bridge is something that's intended to link or connect seemingly incompatible ideas or things, then caring for our oceans, nature, and our climate can act as this bridge. Environmental action is transboundary by nature. Birds, fish, and marine life don't know what borders are, migrating both north and south on the island of Ireland, and sometimes east-west to the UK. And when you look at how seabirds in particular use the Atlantic Ocean, there's data showing that both US and Irish seabirds use one of our most important marine protected areas in the Atlantic called Naces. So in my view, given how threats to marine life, like pollution, waste, and water quality are shared concerns, it feels kind of obvious to highlight the need for both countries and both jurisdictions to work together on environmental issues. And I think this is increasingly important in a divided political context where it's the literal ground beneath our feet that can provide common ground. So where even the political environment in Northern Ireland might not always permit peaceful relations, the physical environment can highlight commonalities between people that are separate to their political identities, like even transcending them, serving as the bridge connecting people and cultures. So I think that we need to focus on increased care and action which binds us and sustains us and our environment. And that's why cooperation north and south through the Peace Plus and the Shared Island Fund is critical, as well as similar programmes east-west and also across the Atlantic. And in terms of policy, the Paris Agreement and international biodiversity agreements provide the framework for bridging communities and our interests, and so does the Good Friday Agreement. Yet, even today, a really relatively unexamined aspect of the Good Friday Agreement is the emphasis that's placed on environmental cross-border cooperation between the North and South, including its focus on environmental protection, waste management, and water quality as well. So, sitting here today against the backdrop of continued tension surrounding the Windsor Framework, it's vital to think about what agendas will shape and direct and influence the future of Northern Ireland. And for me, it's always surprising that the environment hasn't explicitly been identified as one of those agendas, especially given the clear links between the environment, policy, and peace building in post-conflict societies. Environmental and peace-building agendas are mutually reinforcing because both recognise this need to look beyond our backyards, and caring for our planet and our oceans serves as a reminder not only of the interconnectedness of this work and of our world, but also highlighting the importance of cooperation. And every day on my way to work, I'm really lucky to walk past a vast expanse of ocean, often bathing in a soft glowing light with low hanging clouds and wispy white tendrils. And for me, the ocean is an expression of hope, because it holds space for all of us. It holds space for our differences and our national concerns, in the same way it holds space for our collective action and joint ambitions. The sound of gulls, smell of salt, and rhythm of the waves are a constant reminder in a changing world of the need to live in harmony with nature and one another, and to cultivate relationships of care, reciprocity, and peace. There is no cause more unifying than the pursuit of a healthy, livable planet, a cause which bridges us rather than divides us, and which grounds all of us in a universal humanity.
That's great. Thank you, Rosalind. In fact, I think I'd rather go on your morning commute than mine, which is the slave train, as I call it, from Bangor, with all the other schmoes going into work. So I must go with you by the coast. So, Jenna, over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, John, and again, thank you, Katie. It's great to be here. My work revolves around environmental education, and I manage the 30 Under 30 Climate Change Makers programme, which is the first of its kind in the UK. And it actually draws on the EU 30 Under 30 programme. So I work closely with Nina, who unfortunately couldn't be here with us today, in a cross-collaboration of the programme across the Atlantic, where we took the idea of 30 Under 30 and give it a little bit of a Northern Irish spin to it, and created the 30 Under 30 Northern Ireland Climate Change Makers programme. And it's designed to unearth, inspire and equip young leaders under the age of 30 to play an instrumental part in shaping a better climate future for Northern Ireland and beyond. So kind of want to touch on a few things just in regards to the programme and how that merges in with youth engagement, youth of voice, and just empowering young people, and how education is that catalyst for change. So we definitely have seen that with the benefits of across the pond collaboration too, particularly with Nina. But the urgency of the climate crisis demands a collective response, and that response is incomplete without the meaningful inclusion of the younger generation. The youth are not just the leaders of tomorrow, but they are the torchbearers of change today. Their voices, ideas and actions are indispensable in this fight against climate change. And I mean, we are witnessing this undeniable impacts of climate change currently, extreme weather events that we've seen across Northern Ireland in recent weeks. We've seen it across cities and towns. And even today, we've had the 4th named storm of the 2023 season this early on. And the consequences are not distant scenarios, they're realities, and they're affecting communities in Northern Ireland and indeed across the Atlantic and across the globe. So it is a challenging time that we recognise this, but we also need to recognise and harness the passion, innovation, energy and determination of the youth to be those powerful catalysts for positive change. And I want to acknowledge the pivotal role of environmental education in that. Knowledge drives change, and informed individuals are the driving force of this. Environmental education equips us with the understanding of the interconnectedness between people and also our planet. And it empowers us to make informed choices, challenge those unsustainable practices, and advocate for policies that safeguard the environment too. And we've seen that over the years with youth at the forefront of this movement. But education is not enough on its own, and it has to come along with action. And that's where climate activism comes into play, and about channeling this collective energy into these transformative initiatives. And the imperative issue of elevating those youth voices and fostering that active engagement of young people in the face of these pressing climate issues. So channeling that energy and passion into these educational programs, mentoring opportunities and leadership training, and that's what we hope to do and what we're hoping to have done with 30 Under 30 and this cross-collaboration across the Atlantic. Elevating those youth voices means creating platforms for them to be heard and also for them to be taken seriously. It means recognising that young people have unique perspectives, innovative ideas, and an unwavering commitment to this sustainable future, because it's their future, it's our future, it's what we have. Engaging young people in the climate crisis goes beyond that participation. It involves that empowerment factor as well. So empowering the youth means providing them with the knowledge, the skills, the resources to be active contributors to these climate solutions. So climate change is that global issue, and it requires international collaboration. And I have mentioned that we do a lot in terms of channeling efforts and building connections with like-minded individuals and organisations like NAAE. And I was lucky enough to get to share a space with Nina when I was in America as part of the Sea Change Fellowship as well, and I got to have that collaboration and that time to sit down and actually make plans and to do forward thinking and to decide where we can go with this programme and make collaborative ideas, new possibilities and capabilities. So climate action, the climate crisis is not just an environmental challenge, it's a test of our collective challenge and our collective will and resilience, and elevating youth voices and engaging young people, it's not a choice, it's a necessity.
That's great, thank you, Jen. Of another transatlantic link there, the old industrial workers of the world, the Wobblies, they had a great phrase: educate, agitate, organise. Knowledge by itself is insufficient, and given the nature of our topic today, and also apropos of what happened earlier in terms of protest, I think we'll probably see more protest in the future, as governments are not taking the appropriate action. And I just wonder, you know, perhaps to yourself, Rosalind, you know, where do you see the direction of climate activism going in the future, either here or elsewhere?
Yeah, I think with increasing inaction and as time goes on, people are going to become increasingly frustrated. And I think we're already seeing that, like with Just Stop Oil, Extinction Rebellion, you know, there's a lot more active groups. And I think they're probably maybe going to become more radical, I don't know, but also there's going to be a lot more people who are going to become involved as their lives are touched in differing ways. You know, we're even seeing like the Pope attending COP28, the big UN climate change conference happening in Dubai this year, the first time a Pope's going to be attending. So again, like maybe representing the role of faith communities, getting more involved in climate action. So I think it's possibly going to become like less fringe and hopefully more mainstreamed, and that means that it's not just going to be eco activists or whatever involved, and maybe reaching different sectors of society across all levels of society as well.
Well, speaking as not just a lapsed but completely collapsed Catholic, the Pope was one of my favourite popes that we've had in a long time. Actually, he's probably done more in terms of the eloquence and the passion that he has brought to this area than many world leaders. But in terms of environmental education, Jenna, obviously that's your area of research, and particularly around young people, empowering them, knowledge and passion and perhaps even love for the world, you know, biophilia, you know, falling in love with the world. It's hard to destroy that which you're in love with or you care about. So not what we're doing now with environmental education, but where do you think environmental education is going to go in, or will need to go in the years ahead?
I think particularly within Northern Ireland as well, it's a diversity aspect of it too. You know, you said, we had this conversation earlier, we're sitting here as women on the panelists, which is fantastic to see. The 30 Under 30 programme has a lot of women involved in it too, which is again fantastic to see, but it's trying to go beyond that and create that more that diversity within those kind of programmes, and also bridging that connect across the Atlantic, you know, to allow for those opportunities to happen. I'm part of the Sea Change Fellowship, which is civics and environmental education program too, and I was lucky enough to, when I got to go to America, to meet these people that are, you know, it's a global program, so you're meeting people from across the world that have these fantastic ideas, and you sat down in something we called consulting trios, and you were sitting with people that come from different parts of the world that you were able to have those conversations with and gain perspective and gain knowledge that I would never have been able to gain if I hadn't have had that opportunity. And I think that's the moving force behind that, is trying to drive more diversity and trying to power forward so that you get different perspectives, particularly from youth perspective and others as well.
I think it's interesting you picked up on the issue of gender. I mean, we are in front of this gorgeous painting called Women Emerging from the Shadows, although I've always wanted to have a conversation with the artists because it looks like they're going into the shadows and giving away their... so. But I'm just, yourself, Rosalind, in terms of, it does seem to me that at this time of the climate and ecological emergency, and folks, we shouldn't call it climate change. It's like calling an invading army unwelcome guests. It just doesn't get to what we're dealing with. This is a crisis. But in terms of that issue, you know, do you notice there's a gender dynamic, that there's more women coming forward in leadership positions, including yourself?
Well, Colin and I had this conversation this morning, actually. So I kind of noticed that there's a lot of young women who are involved in the activism, advocacy, campaigning, comm space. So if you look at a local level, who's protesting outside Belfast City Hall or who's protesting outside the Dáil on a Friday, it's a lot of young women. But then when you're going to the climate conferences and you're looking at like decision-making spaces, policy-making spaces, it's a lot of men in suits. So I think that there's often a lot of like women on the outside.
Avert your eyes.
Yeah, a lot of those in a lot of those advocacy roles, but I don't think that that's necessarily mirrored in like policy making spaces, which is an issue because then you have to look more broadly at like power structures and who actually is sitting at the negotiating table when they're negotiating the texts of COP. Like we've all seen those photos of the world leaders at the climate conferences, and like a really small proportion are women. So I think obviously environmental policy has a gendered dimension, and ultimately when you're considering the views and perspectives of women. That's obviously going to strengthen the outcomes. Like the example I used talking to Colin earlier was like active travel. A lot of women would be nervous to cycle or walk at night, and then obviously that means that they're taking the car or whatever. So you particularly see it in cities, like the benefits of a more holistic approach to environmental policy making.
Yes, I think a lot of male, pale and stale people in this space. We need to diversify it. I'm going to throw it open to folks to have make a comment or ask a question. But one thought, just in relation to something you said and obviously what happened earlier, is that I think there's an intimate connection between peace and protecting place and people and planet. That's probably too many P's of it to be said sober, probably. But there is something about recognizing that climate is now recognized as a threat enhancer. You know, it's interesting that even when you have climate skeptic governments, which you did have in America under George Bush Jr., the American military weren't going on what that was saying. They were realizing they are the ones that are going to have to be dealing with the climate refugees, of which we're going to have quite a lot in the coming decades. So it's seen as a threat enhancer. But then if you look at the flip side, in terms of the energy transition, the war in Iraq was a war for oil. Don't believe me? You can go and look at the congressional hearings that were happening at the time, or indeed the former head of the Fed. So there's an issue about a less geopolitically unstable world is one that is dealing with the question of the climate crisis. And all those universal, UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 of them, all of them could be enhanced by dealing with these issues. Clean, affordable energy, ending hunger, gender equality, and so on. And I think particularly in Northern Ireland, I think we have a lot to offer in terms of that the transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilient society will not be smooth. And I do think the lessons of conflict transformation are going to have to be brought into that space. And it's definitely something that Northern Ireland, yes, it's not perfect, our unfinished peace process, but it's something that I think we under-recognise, that we can bring something to this global challenge in terms of how do you deal with people from very different perspectives? How do you deal with a climate denier who doesn't accept even the reality? We do have politicians here that don't even agree with that evolution is a thing, but that's shin scale ella, as they say. But I do think there's something around honestly recognising that people of good faith can disagree. And indeed, that's what one definition of democracy is, it's non-violent disagreement. So how do we build in those processes of conflict transformation as we're dealing with these, including in the education space? How do we bring those experiences of sharing our differences and working out, compromising and so on in our education? So I do think Northern Ireland has something quite unique to offer. But anyway, enough from me. I'm going to throw it open to anybody who'd like to ask a question or make a comment. Emma, it's great to see so many of my former students gainfully employed.
I don't know about that. Thank you. You mentioned diversity and young people, which is really encouraging for me. I work with young people in some of the most deprived areas in East Belfast, as I've mentioned already. But the difference there is in terms of access to educational opportunities, and quite often we see the access to opportunities in mainstream grammar schools, and high schools don't have the same access to opportunities. So particularly in your programme with educational issues around the environment, how will you make sure that you're reaching the most disadvantaged students to make sure that because the young men that I work with have goals and aspirations, they just don't necessarily understand climate crisis and what the impact that has on them. But they have great ideas to other things, so I have no doubt that they would have great ideas if they could channel it in the right way. So how do you make sure that they get the same access to the environmental education when some of them have difficulty in even reading?
Absolutely, and this is a huge question and something that we're definitely working on within the programme. I mean, firstly, I want to say that this programme was in its inaugural year, so when we started this programme last year, we were dealing with, trying to make sure that we had as much diversity across the board as possible, and we recognise, that there are so many ideas that come from different areas, different communities, and we want to hone in on that and make sure that we are getting everybody involved within this, and it's not just the mainstream grammar schools or it's not just the universities, and this is where we reach out to community groups. And within Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful, we have our eco skills, which reach primary schools and high schools within all areas as well. So we're ensuring that we're trying to develop and go into those places to make sure that we're not just targeting the same people that would, the people that are already, I suppose, converted and they know what the climate crisis is, but it's also ensuring that we can go out into different organisations and get those people to have a ripple effect throughout communities too. I don't have the right answer for you right now as to what we are planning to do, but it's something that we're very aware of and definitely working towards in making a difference in, because I think it's so important to have different perspectives from across communities and to ensure that all voices are being heard.
Well, one thing I know, Emma, you and I have spoken about before is speaking in a language people understand. I mean, I just mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals. They mean nothing to people out there, even the climate crisis. Whereas actually you talk about fuel poverty, which is the flip side, and in case you don't know, for folks who are visiting Belfast, we have some of the highest rates of fuel poverty in Europe. It's a deadly combination of low wages. We depend upon oil for space heating, an extremely volatile international commodity, and we have some of the worst insulated houses perhaps in Europe. You talk about fuel poverty and reducing people's heating bills, not necessarily by having to get a heat pump, which is way outside the realms of most people. You begin to open up a space that people can see that the cost of living crisis is part of the climate crisis, it's not somehow separate. Anyway, was this gentleman here? Do you want to get in? Yes. Hold on, just wait for
Thanks. So much has been really fascinating. In a way, my question will be on a totally different scale, but related to your question, because I really enjoyed the two sort of sets of opening remarks. And when you said 30 under 30, it reminded me of a different 30. So I was going to ask Rosalind about this, which is 30 by 30, which is the idea that by 2030, 30% of the oceans will be conserved. And that brings us to the different scale, which is that then becomes a geopolitical question. How do you persuade, Russia in a high seas treaty to agree to a thing that they just want to say no to because it gives them fuel to say no? And I guess I wanted to ask both of you about that question of scale, of scaling up from local to global, or even down from global to local. And I think in your case, Rosalind, that because you're dealing about both the sea that you see on your way to work, but also the ocean that is on a completely different scale and governed in a completely different way, how do you make those conversations between the intimate thing and the big thing?
Yeah, it's a really relevant question, because actually the Marine Protected Area Bill is going through the Dáil at the minute in the south. It's currently being drafted. So that's to protect 30% of the oceans by 2030, with 10% strictly protected. And the way that we've been advocating for that is really that Ireland as an island nation should have more national pride in its oceans. And the fact that someone said in the cybersecurity panel earlier about being leaders rather than laggards, and this idea that no one wants to be lagging behind. So I think it's really important to highlight the fact that there is an opportunity. It's a challenge, but it's an opportunity. And I'm finding it, and maybe John, I feel like you're probably the same, increasingly frustrating the amount of people who are pointing to the Chinas, the Indias of the world. And obviously there is that idea of global cooperation, but ultimately we need to look at ourselves first. And Ireland is a wealthy nation with the most geographical capacity to decarbonise in terms of wind energy potential, also really well positioned financially to decarbonise fast. So I think it's really important to have that open, honest conversation too when we're looking at the global scale, and to recognise the importance of people contributing, but also the capacity that we do have to lead the way. With regards to the oceans, it's very difficult. For example, in one of the marine protected areas in the North Atlantic, there's no Irish vessels that are coming in to fish. It's Spanish and Portuguese vessels. But then when you're talking to politicians, it's then also an important area of national concern. And I think it is just having those deliberative conversations. But people always say so if one person goes in and starts fishing, then that idea of the commons, then everyone will just go in. But so it is very important to think about, and there's no easy solution. But I think the importance of dialogue and cooperation, and leading by example, and just also with the global solidarity mindset as well.
And it's also recognising that the island of Ireland is one of the most nature depleted parts of the world, not just Europe. And we are going to have to start regenerating even rewilding parts of our environment. And if you're interested in a very inspiring journey, because while we do need global action, and that's going to require negotiation, and there's all that geopolitics that goes on at that level, for most ordinary citizens, they can't be what they can't see. It needs to be locally rooted action. And there's a wonderful book written by Owen Dalton called A Wild Atlantic Rainforest, and it's about the habitat and the landscape of this island should not be normally what we see around us. Sad to say that when you see all those green fields in many parts of this island, it's ecologically dead often because it's been monocropped and highly chemicalized and so on. And that's why, I mean, again, I'll throw it open to our panelists, because it's a particular challenge on this island, is that our biggest sector for greenhouse gas emissions is not transport, it is not energy production, it's agri-food and land use. And it's about 27% of our greenhouse gases come from agriculture here in Northern Ireland. It's 42% down south. But that's unique. No other European country has that profile. I was just wondering, particularly given, Rosalind, you were involved, you were a participant, at least as an active citizen. We had a very contentious climate change bill that passed here recently. And so I wondered, do you have any thoughts about how do we effectively love bomb our farmers? Their backs are up now. They feel like they're being blamed for the climate crisis, their problems. I think they're being badly led by the Ulster Farmers Union up here and the Irish Farmers Association down south. You can just tell I'm completely open and honest here about where I'm coming from. That's my reading of the politics. They're not being very well led. We have to move towards an agroecological, low-impact forms of farming. But do you have any thoughts, particularly in terms of education, young people getting involved in that discussion?
Yeah, I think touching on the Climate Change Act, like the way the media framed it was that we had like one bill for farmers and one bill for environmentalists. That's really unhelpful. And I think the way that agriculture was pitted against the environment was really unhelpful during the time that the two bills were being drafted in Northern Ireland back in 2022. But then more recently in the south with the EU Nature Restoration Law, there was a massive misinformation campaign about that, really distressing. And I think farmers feel very scared, and I feel that a lot of that is legitimate because they're being told that their livelihoods, their industry, and also in part their culture and their tradition is obsolete and that it's going to be non-viable in the future. So I think that we have to do a better job in terms of like meaningfully and engaging farmers, and also in a way that is inclusive, because also like they're at the front end of climate change impacts. Like you're seeing farmers last week or 2 weeks ago in Uri with the flooding, like devastated with like having to get their sheep off the fields that are submerged in water. But at the minute with like the Common Agricultural Policy in the EU, farmers are being paid more to destroy nature than they are to protect it. So there has to be some compensation there, and I think that there needs to be like serious funding to fund farmers for nature restoration programs, for rewetting peatlands, all this kind of thing, because if it's not financially viable, then people aren't going to do it. And it's the same with fisheries. It's been really interesting working on the Marine Protected Area Bill. There's been a lot of like engagement with coastal communities all across the island, and a lot of fishermen and like the angling community really, really in favour of marine protected areas because they recognise that the seas at the minute are so unhealthy, and they know because they're out in the waters every day, and they're seeing like climate change impacts and also marine life, the impact on marine life. So I think it's really important that they're engaged, and then also that they can be part of the solution. It's about empowering people, like Jenna was saying, and in terms of getting more young people involved, I think that's something which the farming community and the people that I speak to who are working in like agriculture and fisheries are really aware of as well. Like they, like some people who have sons and daughters, and they do not want to take over the farm because it's not financially viable. So yeah, a lot of work to be done around that one, but I don't really think that the polarisation often helps, and I think that the media could definitely do a much better job in trying to not pit environment against agriculture, because often it's two sides of the same coin, and there's a lot of people, like Owen Dalton, like the whole rewilding, regenerative agriculture movement, which is really positive. So those kind of positive stories of change are, yeah, really important to kind of like shine a light forward, I guess.
And there's also traditions of stewardship and land management within agriculture and rural communities, which I think can be used. And I do even think faith community narratives in terms of, if you're a Christian or a Jew or a believer in Islam, these are all land-based religions. Your God, however you conceive of him or her, gave the earth to human beings to beautify and pass on. So I think there are, strange bedfellows here, I think, before us in terms of who can we bring to the table to help in this. But sad Monday fact is they reckon maybe a quarter of the potato crop this year has been destroyed because of the flooding events we're seeing across the island. So again, it's not just an abstract issue. This is now getting very real and impacting on lives and livelihoods. Other fun fact, we had a hard engineering solution to flooding in Newry, which failed completely. £2.5 million caused the destruction and pulling up and cutting down the trees. It didn't work. I'm not saying about hard engineering solutions won't always work, but I think one of the issues that I probably want to throw out to the audience, or if anyone on the panel wants to talk about it, we are now so far down the rabbit hole of the climate and ecological catastrophe that we are going to have to invest a lot more money now in climate adaptation. The way the climate system works, if we were to stop burning fossil fuels now and to move away from a heavy dairy and grass-fed agricultural sector on this island, we've baked in decades ahead of climate breakdown. So we're going to have to start adapting our cities, identifying critical infrastructure. And it's interesting, the island of Ireland is very vulnerable because most of the population and critical infrastructure on the east coast, between the corridor of Belfast and Dublin. And for those of you who have traveled up and down in the Enterprise, like I do all the time, more times now you're getting a bus from Newry because the train line has been flooded. This is getting really, really serious now in terms of at what point do we say, you know what, we're going to have to move that track away from the coast and so on. So I think that issue of adaptation is now on people's minds, including, will the potato crop be viable in the decades ahead? I mean, and I say that because some of my colleagues in ecological sciences are looking at the climate predictions in the future, and the conditions that enable the potato crop to be so synonymous with this island may not be possible in the decades ahead. And that's not just an economic farming issue, it's a cultural one. Think of how many songs and stories and culture that is around the potato, which of course isn't native to this island. You could say it's one of the byproducts of colonialism that we got from South America. But I suppose the question perhaps to both of you is in terms of this space can be really negative. I mean, every day I go through that Kubler-Ross change cycle. Denial, anger, depression, and then some sort of resolution, because it's scary. I mean, so much so my kids don't let me speak about my work at home. Because it's something that, when you're so used to looking at these predictions of terrible things to happen, you become cauterized to it in some way. And to the extent that not only at home can I not speak about it, but I've now had to put trigger warnings on the modules I teach. Not just because I occasionally use bad language, which I do, but it's because I realise the young people I'm teaching, often they're coming to this, yes, they have some knowledge of the climate and ecological catastrophe, but actually, when I'm talking about projections for the decades ahead, it's their lives that we're looking at, and it can leave people quite anxious. So the question I was going to ask for both of you, and not to personally talk about it unless you feel you want to, but in your work, particularly with young people and education, or in your advocacy work, Rosalind, in terms of how do you see that manifesting itself in terms of how do you move from knowledge, which can be quite anxiety-provoking, into action and not get stuck with either cynicism, and sadly there's a lot of cynicism on this issue, or what's even worse in my view, because it's equally passive, Elon has it. There'll be some tech, there's a plug-and-play version of the future, and we can just sit back and it'll be sorted. So how do we avoid that passivity of either cynicism, denial, or a rather naive kind of technological optimism, that's all going to be fine? It's that wonderful phrase we have in Ireland, which I've fallen out of love with, it'll be grand. It won't be grand. It's going to take agency and action. So how do you, in your experience and work, see that?
I think particularly even, and I will relate it to personally as well, you know, at kind of my age and within the 30 under 30 group too, I actually have had these conversations a lot with friends. You're talking about people who don't want to have children, don't want to have, you know, they don't want to grow up in a world where there's so many unknowns and there's so much anger and there's so much anxiety that comes along with that. And it's actually having those conversations and seeing how you can move forward with that. But another aspect of it, and I guess saying about what you were talking about earlier, was looking at how people use the language of things. You know, some people don't believe that this is a thing, and actually Roslyn and I were having this conversation earlier on. You know, I spoke to actually quite a few people recently who climate change is still not a thing for them, you know, so how can you be so angry or upset about something that you don't believe is actually happening? So how do you bring that to the forefront of the conversations and have those educational conversations and move forward to create that action in the long term? And I think that there's no right answer for it. I don't think there's a way, I don't think anybody has a right answer for how you can make that happen. But I think that there's always a way for us to push forward to create that action in communities and organisations and to still try and invoke that hope within areas so that there is something to strive towards. I hope that that is kind of answering what you were asking, but I definitely feel like within my own personal perspective, I've had those conversations a lot.
You're saying the quiet part out loud. Well done. I know, Rosalind.
Yeah, I think it is really difficult because like we are failing, like, you know, winning slowly, even if there are like really small wins, like we are failing and things are getting worse. So I think it's important to firstly acknowledge that. And then when you think about like trying to maintain hope, I guess, like for me, for example, I'm really lucky because I'm like working and surrounded by people who are doing so many amazing things. So I find it very a hopeful space to be in because I'm constantly surrounded by people who are working so tirelessly in terms of trying to channel all their efforts and energy and capacity into solving the climate and nature crises. But I guess breaking it down at a really local level, like there's so many lovely examples across the island of Ireland of people who are like place protectors, water protectors, nature's keepers, and I think that there's so much hope in that. You know, I used to work in community gardens, and like you can't be in a community garden and be sad. Like they're just such lovely spaces. So I think it's trying to always look at like what is happening and yeah, it is difficult though in terms of translating knowledge into action. I think then like capacity building and also like skills development. I know like not necessarily in the 30 under 30 program, but I think there's massive opportunity for, you know, upskilling people when it comes to repair, for example, things that we weren't taught in school. I don't know about you, but like food growing, sewing, all those things which people kind of now are realizing are going to be really, really important in years to come, but we're kind of dismissed or relegated to the back seat for a while. So I think, things that give people agency and as well engaging people in policy is really important because not enough young people actually understand like how laws get made and why it affects them and things like the Citizens' Assembly that are like in the South. And I know that there's a campaign for nature and climate citizens' assemblies in the UK as well, which I think would be a really positive thing. So all these mechanisms to actually allow people to feel that they can relate to the system change that is needed as well, because we need individual action, but we also need, you know, systemic collective action, and ultimately just doing what you can in the system that you're in.
I think, yes, dig where you stand, and even if you're not interested in politics, it is definitely interested in you. It shapes so much of your life. I do want to ask you about just one last question before we wrap up, but does anybody have any last? Yes. I'll just wait for the microphone. Cheers.
Thank you. It was a question prompted by a remark you made that advocacy for climate change is sort of marginalised. It's almost a fringe activity. But on the other hand, you've still got governments that have national agendas. Then by comparison, I think it's today in Kenya, there's a national holiday. They have a campaign in Kenya to plant 100 million trees, and everybody's been given 2 seedlings to plant. There's a huge difference in approach here between the developing world and the West, the old West. I wonder if you have any comments as to why that is. Because we heard in an earlier talk that cybersecurity would be a national security issue, or should be a national security issue. Climate change isn't. Or, you know, climate change is not really a national economy issue so far. Except maybe some other countries, maybe in North Africa, do regard it as that. I wondered if you'd any thoughts about why the narrative here seems to have drifted off into sort of hippiedom, as it were, parts of it becoming sort of, knit your own bicycle type thing.
Did you notice Rosalind looked at me when you said hippie?
No, I think, well, I don't know if you agree, but I think in part it's because a lot of countries in Africa, for example, are experiencing the worst impacts of climate change. Like, there are literally people dying every day. You can't be a farmer in Africa and not understand the impact of the climate change. So I think it's bound up with everyday issues in a way that it isn't here. And I think the fact that we've experienced last year, for example, the heat waves in the UK, or more recently the flooding and the storms here, that wetter, wilder weather, is that going to represent a climate wake-up call for the UK and Ireland? Hopefully so. But I think possibly because we haven't yet joined the dots with all the other social and economic issues that the environment touches upon and is ultimately bound up with, in a way that countries that are experiencing the climate crisis just in such an immediate way, it becomes impossible to ignore, especially with regards to food security and farming, the Horn of Africa experiencing its sixth non-rainy season. People talk at the climate conferences, people from the global south talk about it in such a more holistic and intersectional way, which I think we miss here so much. I know often you use the example of retrofitting, John, a really good one. It brings down your energy bills, so that's the economic argument. It also reduces greenhouse gas emissions, the environmental argument, and also it's a public health thing because living in damp, leaky homes is bad for your lungs. So I think that when we talk about environmental action and environmental policy more broadly, we need to be looking at it not only in terms of the environmental argument, but also in terms of the health, social, and economic arguments too, because it's going to make it far more compelling, and then it means that the environment is no longer seen as something niche, but it's going to be as something which is all-encompassing. Because ultimately every policy area like gender, peace, security has an environmental dimension. So it's really important that it's mainstreamed in that way. And again, that's the climate communications piece around that.
Jenna, Annie?
I think I echo what you said. I mean, I've been lucky enough to actually travel through Africa as well. And some of the people that you meet, it is their daily lives. It is a lot that is spoke about. They think nothing of moving. I know a farmer actually within Africa and moving their crops and having to just not have anything for that season. And I think exactly what you say. It's about echoing that, and it becomes in every aspect of lives. And we have more of that holistic approach rather than having the real life on the ground stuff that's straight in front of you. And sometimes it becomes an out of sight, out of mind perspective as well.
But it's a really curious disconnect. Most of us are living in places, whether it's the Republic, Northern Ireland, the UK, Europe, even at our local government level, they've all declared climate and ecological emergencies. The British Parliament was the first in May 2019, a week later the Irish Dáil. But you say, WTF, question mark. How do we know we're living in a jurisdiction that's declared in their parliaments an emergency? The pandemic. That's an emergency. And it's almost like we've lost the lesson of how societies can react to the emergency that we're now facing. And my own fears on this is that the reason why we have a temperate islands in Britain and Ireland is because of the Gulf Stream or the AMOC. And there are signs that it is beginning to show signs of weakness. I mean, Belfast is on the same latitude as Winnipeg in Canada, and it gets very, very cold there. And the reason why we don't is because of the Gulf Stream that keeps us relatively warm. And I do think that as the crisis deepens, the reactions of governments are going to be insufficient. I think the securitization and the key issue will be energy security, which you've already seen with the war in Ukraine. But more importantly, food security. This island is not food secure. It's not food secure. We're exporting grass-fed beef and dairy to China and other markets and so on, and we have to import quite a lot of our vegetables. And I think that long global supply chains that we've enjoyed over the past 30 years, that's going to have to be radically rethought in terms of relocalization as part of the solution. But just one last kind of fun question, not fun question, but if the year is 2050 or 2060, what's the one thing that you could point to that is going to be different in our lives if we've managed to make the transition? Because too often we don't paint a positive picture of the future, and it's all about the negative and what we're losing, and it's a kind of a sacrifice frame. You could choose two, but how, like in any part of our life, what will be different? That will be also something that's attractive and that will want people, yeah, I'll have a bit of that.
Well, I think you see glimpses of this, like, and again, expressions of hope, even now. But you know, that question of like, even if it is all a hoax, like, what we have to gain, and I think that's really important because there's so many compelling arguments for all the environmental action anyway, when you think of like cleaner air, healthier seas, greener spaces, better public health, and ultimately more community as well, that idea of 15-minute cities, and yeah, increased community cohesion, and that, which again, like, is bound up with that peace building argument, I guess. So hopefully a healthier, happier, more just and peaceful world as a result.
I'll have a bit of that. Jana?
Actually, I love this question, and it's something that we within Keep Northern Ireland Beautifully do within carbon literacy training. They ask you to close your eyes and picture what you would see the world being. And I love the answers that used to come back. It was, you know, you woke up in the morning, you could hear the birds singing outside your window, or you know, you could look outside and you would see people growing their own food, and there being much more sustainable impact when it comes to that. But I think it's exactly what Rosin says. It's seeing happier. It's seeing communities that are coming together, and it's seeing that hope, and actually haven't seen it panned out after all of this was the negativity of this time.
Brilliant. There's a lovely phrase, if you know the Scottish novelist Alistair Gray in his novel Lanark, and actually it's emblazoned somewhere in the Scottish Parliament, and it's something like, let's work as if we're in the early days of building a better society. And I think that positive roll up our sleeves with a positive vision around the issue is something that we should all take forward, and let's hope our 30 under 30s and the other activists that have been represented here by you two will help us do that. So put your hands together and thank our panelists.
So we're into our final session of the afternoon, and I'm really looking forward to this. This is an in-conversation. We'd hope for a fireside, that would be nice. Just a picture, an ecologically friendly roaring fire, turf fire. So this is an in-conversation between our new US Consul General, James Applegate, and Jane McCormack. So James Applegate took up his duties as US Consul General in August this year. Prior to moving to Northern Ireland, he served as the Director for Europe and Asia Programs in the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs. I'll be interested to see what learning you have from that that's directly relevant to us here. It's great to have you with us, James. Thank you for coming. And Jane McCormack needs no introduction. She's political correspondent for BBC Northern Ireland, where she's worked for over a decade. She covered the Brexit negotiations from both here and in Westminster. And she's been based at Stormont more recently, and included in her work was, of course, covering the pandemic. We're particularly pleased that Jane's able to have this conversation with James because in 2009 she spent a year in the US on a program funded by the British Council and has maintained a keen interest in American politics ever since. So over to you, Jane. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Thanks very much indeed. Couldn't have put that better myself. I still have a huge interest in American politics. Thankfully, I'm off work today, and there's the big reshuffle going on over in Westminster, so I'm going to have to catch up with that after I get off this shift. Good evening, everybody. Welcome along to this event. If you're here in person, I know it's been a really interesting and long day, and if you're watching online as well, James Applegate is sitting with me. I think it's very fitting that as we end this final session about bridging the Atlantic, this is somebody who recently crossed the Atlantic for a job in Belfast. A brief introductory question, and then maybe we'll get into the grilling, James. But how have you found moving to Belfast? And if you know somewhere that you're a diplomat, this is a place where sometimes diplomacy is in pretty short supply.
Well, thanks very much, and thanks, Katie, for hosting this and for inviting me to join. Thank you for giving me the high energy spot of 5:30 after like 8 consecutive hours of people speaking at you. So I'll try to keep it as interesting as I can. No, it's really great to be here, and it's great to be at Queen's, and it's great to be in Belfast. I think this is a really interesting assignment. To be honest with you, I've spent over half my career in Asia. I've never been anywhere remotely close to Belfast for an assignment before. So even as I was in the process of going through the selection, it's not really a job I ever thought I would get. But I think it worked out really well. And one of the things that I think is very exciting about coming here is this is a place, you might say diplomacy is in short supply, but this is a place where I think historically you can see the value of diplomacy, both between parties in Northern Ireland, but it's also a place where I think one of the biggest success stories of U.S. diplomacy abroad, and George Mitchell's name came up earlier, and I certainly think that's a legacy that is well remembered both here and in the United States. It's a place, I grew up in Michigan, not far from Cleveland, reading about the troubles in the newspaper, and it seemed, like far away and yet immediate, and something that I think had a huge impact. And to be able to come here and be a part of that story, I think is very exciting. In terms of the move, it's been great. I was tremendously nervous about getting my daughter into a school uniform, but that went well. And after that, the pressure came off. And it's a wonderful town. I mean, it's a great place to live. It's an easy place to settle into. People are incredibly welcoming. So it's been lovely. It's been a pleasure.
It's just the weather you just need to get used to, but I think you're finding your feet there as well, James.
I have some notes about today, but I have to say I moved from DC in August, which is, for those of you who haven't had the pleasure, the most miserable experience of any weather I've been anywhere in the world. So the cooler temperatures were nice in August, even though, today wasn't great.
Let's see, if you're here for a bit longer, let's see how you find that weather over December and January. Can we talk firstly, I mean, I'm conscious that Northern Ireland sometimes is at its best when you have the United States and the United Kingdom governments working incredibly well together. It has been bumpy at times in recent years. How would you assess where things are now, and particularly given today we've got the announcement of a new Foreign Secretary, former Prime Minister David Cameron?
Yeah, I think it's always nice when somebody comes into a position like Foreign Secretary. It's always nice if it's somebody who your government has experience working with them before. That's certainly the case with David Cameron. But I think there are certain things, there are very few things, increasingly few things, as we've heard earlier in the international system, that I think are more or less constant. But I think the relationship between the United States and the UK government is one of those. I think it would be hard to argue that the US has a more important bilateral partner in the world than the UK government. And I think that through massive political changes on both sides of the Atlantic, I think that's something that's remained very constant and very much a steady state. It's something that's very important to my government. I suspect the same is true for the UK government. And to be fair, I also think that's true of the relationship between the US and Dublin, where I think there are just massive cultural ties and warm feelings that seem to be steady regardless of who's in power in Washington or in Dublin. And I think that'll continue to be the case. Look forward to working with the new foreign minister.
And how does your office feed into all of that? Because you've got your own kind of issues to look at here. You've got Joe Kennedy obviously involved in some of this, but he is typically involved in the bigger trade issues. Behind the scenes, are you involved in the politicking?
So not in any formal way. What I think the U.S. role here is, so first off, I get asked a lot of times, what does the consulate in Belfast do? People are surprised to learn it's one of our oldest consulates in the world. I think it's the second oldest in continuous operation. We opened this place in 1796, which was about 7 years after we signed our Constitution. So it was an early order of business for the founders of the country. I think that's for a lot of reasons. Belfast was an economic powerhouse then, but also many of our founding fathers in the United States came from this part of the world. It was an area that they saw as tremendously important. So that's why we were here in the first place. In terms of the role we play more recently, we play the role that U.S. posts play all over the world in terms of supporting U.S. businesses, supporting U.S. Citizens, helping facilitate travel. But the kind of unique roles that we have here are, one, I think that the United States can talk to everybody in Northern Ireland, or nearly everybody in Northern Ireland. I think that's a position, a privilege that we don't take lightly. So I think that we're able to engage with all sides. We're able to hear from everybody. We're able to do a lot of the listening that came up earlier. And then on occasion, as we saw in 1998, there's a place for us to take a more active role in bringing people together, or sort of nudging people in a certain direction. We haven't had to do any of that in my first couple of months. A lot of the listening, less of kind of the second bit of it. But I think we keep our eyes open for that. The other thing that I think is unique in terms of our role here is I suspect I am one of, if not the only U.S. consul generals in the world for whom promoting the economic development of the region that I am in is a key part of the job. If you talk to most of us, we're very eager to promote investment to the United States that will promote jobs for Americans. There's a lot less lot fewer places where it goes in the other direction, but it really does here, and it's really core of what we do. So Joe Kennedy does a lot of that. I'm in touch with him all the time, and we support where we can.
But on that point, you will know as well, though, when we hear this time and again about political stability being a cornerstone of getting investment into Northern Ireland. You would have been involved in that trade delegation visit as well that took place last month. Bar that initial announcement from the New York State Controller, are you picking up much of a sense that the businesses and investors are maybe reluctant to step into Northern Ireland until there's a new executive up and running, or are they happy to plough on regardless?
I certainly think it would make Joe's job a lot easier if there was an investment, I think, or an executive rather. I think that what investors look for, one of the big things they look for is stability and predictability, right? And you'll hear this from businesses. I've worked all over the world as an economic officer. You hear this everywhere. This is not specific to Northern Ireland. But what you hear from businesses is, listen, tell us the ground rules and we'll figure it out. They take less of a stake in what those are, but what they want is predictability. And I think there's been less of that than they would like here. So certainly the job gets easier if Stormont gets back up and running. That's not the only part of the equation in terms of bringing that stability, but it's a key one. That said, I think there's a lot of forward momentum regardless, and I don't want to scoop at Joe, anything Joe might want to announce in the future, but I suspect that the announcement from New York is not the last announcement you'll see out of that group. Some of that group has been working here for years. Some of them were completely new to Northern Ireland, and I think if you're a business looking at a new place, it takes some time for those decisions to happen. The executive will be a part of that decision-making, but I'd be surprised if that's the last we hear from the business delegation.
Okay, keep your eyes peeled. You can tell me when we put the microphones down what's happening. That's fine. On that, though, I mean, we had this dinner that Joe Kennedy talked about earlier where he had the likes of Gerry Adams and Peter Robinson, former big political hitters, in conversation together. I presume you were at that dinner as well.
I was, yeah.
What sense did you get of where things are at the moment in terms of Stormont coming back? Because we had the optics of our political leaders coming down the staircase together with Joe Kennedy. For one night only, it looked like actually maybe there's momentum building again, only for it to kind of now drift. I mean, are you picking up much of a sense of a timeline? Would you like to see it back before Christmas?
I'd love to see it back before Christmas. I think I can't make any predictions, and I've heard the perspectives from everybody involved in the negotiations, and I won't betray any of those confidences, obviously. I felt the same sense of a momentum that maybe has ebbed a little bit. What I will say is I truly believe that everybody involved in those talks wants to see Stormont up and running. They want to come up with a deal that will let that be possible and let us get the kind of predictability and stability that we talked about earlier. I also think that everybody involved in those talks has very real concerns and very real priorities that they're seeking to see addressed through those. I would say I am hopeful we will see a restoration before Christmas, but I don't have any. I can't say anything definitive. We'll continue as the United States to talk to everybody, and if there's a role for us to support and move us in that direction, we're happy to do so.
I mean, this is not your role, but obviously I'm conscious that we have the bust of George Mitchell out in the front of the grounds of Queen's, and you talked about that role that the American administration played back in 1998. Given where we are now, where we had this impasse of nearly 2 years, the current administration, Joe Kennedy's role is very much focused on the trade elements. There's nobody really overseeing or politically being prepared to get stuck in there. Would that help at this stage? There might be some potential, particularly in this room, who might feel that actually what we need is another Mitchell-like figure.
I will leave that to people smarter than me. I think I think it's a good question. Right now, what I understand the discussions are is a lot of it is internal UK government, and I think that it's getting the appropriate attention from the appropriate people, both here and in Westminster. So I'm optimistic that those will have a breakthrough. Another thing I've learned through my diplomatic career is that there are times when it helps for America to come in, and there are times when that is not the right answer to the problem. I guess I'm not convinced that the U.S. convening all-party talks or something like what we've did in 1998 would be the solution to the current problem. I would welcome other perspectives on that.
Why not? So I'm just going to push you a bit on that.
So I think for a couple of reasons. One, I do think that a lot of the issues that are under discussion, things like the way that goods flow from Great Britain to Northern Ireland, it is a very kind of weedy internal issue. I don't know that there's a role for the United States in kind of facilitating talks on that. The other thing, and I've heard this from many of the politicians here locally, is that the concerns right now, I think all but one political party would go back to Stormont tomorrow. So I've been told by people very directly, please, for the love of God, don't convene all-party talks because we would go back. There's nothing to discuss, right? So that's not to diminish the concerns of the one party that is holding out, but it is to say that I think right now the talks are in the right place, which is between the DUP and the UK government. And I think I am very hopeful that those will work and those will move us in a positive direction. Those will get us just back to Stormont. And I think for now, that's the place for.
And just finally, though, if they don't, though, I'm conscious that we are heading into general election territory with Westminster in the next year or so. If things don't wrap up before Christmas and things tend to drift again, do you think that that's something you might be prepared to have a bit of a chat about with people within the White House and within the American administration? Is there a case to maybe re-look at things then?
So I don't pretend to be an expert on Westminster politics, but from what I know of my own country, I think the prevailing view here in Belfast that it's going to be tough to do a deal during an election year is probably accurate. I worry that we have a window now to get something done, and if we don't get something done soon, then we'll be into election mode, which is not, in my experience, conducive to deal making. I think everybody starts looking past the kind of finish line of the election. So I remain hopeful and optimistic that we'll get something done soon and won't need to get there. If we do get there, I am not sure there is a special envoy the U.S. could appoint that would be powerful enough to kind of make something happen while everybody's in campaign mode. But
We'll wait and see on that one.
Hopefully we don't have to find out.
Okay, I'll stop you to ask crystal ball gazing for now. Can I ask you, I mean, given all the experience you have coming into this role, what do you think the most useful skill you've acquired over time is from now coming to and working in Belfast?
I think, and it's probably something I could still use a little work on, but I think the most important skill as a diplomat is to keep your mouth shut, to recognize when you need to listen instead of talk. That's ultimately my job here. I think the core of my job in Northern Ireland is to listen and to understand, and then when things happen here, to make sure that Washington interprets those correctly. I think that one of the mistakes we make as Americans is thinking that we can parachute in and fix every problem. It's part of our national optimistic can-do spirit. I think in most cases that's a good thing. I think there are times in diplomacy when it can be very unhelpful and destructive. So certainly in the early parts of my time here, I'm focused on listening and learning and making sure that I can play that role in helping Washington understand. I think that one of the places where you can go wrong here is to view this place entirely through a UK bilateral relationship lens or entirely through a Dublin, US, Irish relations lens, because it's both and it's neither, right? And I think it's a unique place with a unique history that needs kind of a particular attention to it. And that's going to be the case, by the way, regardless of what happens 10 or 20 or 30 or 50 years from now with the constitutional question. That's not going to change. So I think it's important to hear from everybody and to make sure that you stop talking long enough to listen, which I will now stop talking.
No, I think everybody here is still really keen to hear lots more from you in the 8.5 minutes or so that we have left. I just wonder what you make of, there have been times over the past 25 years where I suppose things have looked rosier in the garden in Northern Ireland, so America has taken a bit of a step back. We also had the Donald Trump years where there was no envoy for Northern Ireland, where maybe, you know, the eye has been taken off the ball a little bit. How do you think can you give a guarantee? I mean, I suppose it's hard to look past the next American election and who gets in there might decide what way things go with this relationship. I just wonder how you'd assess how the overall relationship between America and Northern Ireland has changed since 1998.
Yeah, you know, I think every president brings their own perspective, but there's a couple of things I can say definitively. One is that our current president cares deeply about this part of the world, about this region, and will not stop paying attention as long as he is in office. I think Joe Biden, obviously, his family's Irish roots are a deep part of his identity. He was in Congress throughout much of the Troubles. I think he cares about Northern Ireland deeply. So as long as he is in office, that attention will persist. I would also say that, one, I suspect that pretty much anybody who comes into the job is going to have an interest in this region. I think, you know, I wasn't here for the Donald Trump years, so I'll leave the assessment of that to you. But there is also a massive contingent in Congress that is deeply invested in Northern Ireland, and you see them come through here all the time. So I think that for anybody coming into the White House, I think completely disengaging from Northern Ireland is not really an option. It's not politically viable in the United States because there are too many people in our political system for whom this region is absolutely critical and hugely important. So I suspect over time, it's from your comment, it's probably ebbed and flowed a bit depending on the administration, but I am fully expecting, regardless of what happens next November, that we will be here and will remain engaged, and you continue to get a lot of attention from senior people in Washington.
But do you also get a sense, I mean, in the same way that in Northern Ireland, there is a new generation of young people who've grown up not knowing as much about the Troubles, in some cases not barely knowing anything, is there a generation of American politicians coming up who don't quite understand the nuances and don't really know a lot about the situation in the way that older generation would have, because they would have seen it on their screens all the time? Is there more education to do?
You know, I don't know. That might be totally true. What I would say is I think that having a generation of politicians who don't view this place primarily through the lens of the Troubles might not be the worst thing in the world. I think that it would be helpful to have people come here and look at this as a partner and as a place of economic opportunity. Obviously, for people of a certain age, myself included, the Troubles is the first thing you think of as an American thinking about Northern Ireland. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world if that shifts a little bit generationally. I also think this is an interesting and exciting place. I think the ties that Americans feel to, cultural ties that Americans feel to both Ireland and to the United Kingdom are massive and impossible to overstate, and I don't think that's going to change with the generation.
You told me earlier that you had been to Belfast before as a tourist, before you got the job. I'm going to ask you an easy one here. What was your favourite thing to visit when you first came over?
You know, I still need to track it down. We went to a pub that I have thus far failed to find again that I don't remember the name of. And it's weird for me because normally I'm horrible at remembering names, but I can remember locations really well.
Okay.
But I think a taxi dropped us off there and I'm completely lost. So I'm going to hunt it down.
Okay,
hard to do with two little kids at home, but I'll find the time.
Consul General pub crawl, I think, needs to happen at some point. To take it from kind of the White House back to the big house on the hill, do you get a sense, if the White House had to pick a priority at the minute, is it the economy in Northern Ireland or is it the politics and the policy? Because it's very hard to kind of split the two up.
Well, you stole my answer. That was going to be my answer, is that I don't think you can split the two. I think our interest, the U.S. interest in here, my interest in this region, is we want to see a peaceful and prosperous Northern Ireland. And I think you can't have either of those without the other. And certainly if, the economic situation has a huge impact on the politics. All of the jobs we have on the political side get far easier if the economy is doing well and significantly harder if it's doing poorly. So I don't think you can take them apart. I think you have to do both and. I think the appointment of Joe Kennedy is a clear signal of the importance that the administration places on the economic prosperity here. On the other hand, I get asked literally every week by somebody in Washington, when's Stormont coming back? What's happening here? And certainly, anytime something happens in Derry, there's a petrol bomb thrown at a police car or something like that. I know I need to be on my computer sending back our assessment of what that means or doesn't mean immediately because it perks people up. People still care deeply about the politics. There's still, I would say, and I don't think it's necessarily well-founded, but there's a fear of a return to the bad old days in Washington, and we want to do, I don't think that's likely, that's certainly not been my assessment of my time here, but we want to do whatever we can to prevent that, and I think both getting the politics right and getting the economy right are critical parts of that.
With that in mind, if we move on to this final section of the conversation, what is your sort of vision for Northern Ireland going into the future? I mean, what things do you think that we could be doing better with the American administration? Bar the politics, what else have you found in your time here?
Yeah, so I'm also, like Joe, I'm a former Peace Corps volunteer, and I just believe I believe so deeply in the value of exchange programs and getting people personal, hands-on experience. And so I think that the more, and we do a lot of this already, but there's always more to be done. I think the more people-to-people contacts we can have, the better. I think, from your time in Cleveland, I think that's something that never leaves you, right? That becomes a core part of your identity.
It's my conflict of interest, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
We got you. But no, I think getting more Americans to come here kind of in their formative years, getting more people from Northern Ireland to go to America. I met earlier, it was the students who were here from Northeastern. I met with them over at City Hall. And I was just struck by the extent to which they'd been here a month or something like that. And not only were they in love with this place, and not only could you hear all the stories they were telling about this place, but what I heard over and over again is like, oh, I didn't know much about Belfast. I hadn't really thought about Northern Ireland before I got placed here, and now coming here, and I've heard the other half of that conversation, which is when those people go back, me included, after my time in Peace Corps, and bore the hell out of all of their friends and loved ones with all their stories about Northern Ireland. I just think the value of those is so massive. So I think we start from a strong place. There's a lot of that happens already. I think we can't do enough of it, and we should continue to do more. And continue to look for those sorts of engagements, whatever sector it is, whether it's business, whether it's environmental. Look for those places where there are people here that are doing something, and people in the US doing something, and you can kind of connect those dots. I always say, my role at the consulate or whatever mission I'm in, I almost see it as that old school operator that's sitting in front of the big board back in the day, right, with the 2 cords in your hand. And your job is sort of to keep your ears open and listen and go like, oh wait, like this person's working on this, and I met this other person who's working on this, and just make sure you make the connection, and then get out of the way, because the days of diplomacy being the 5 American diplomats that we have stationed here in Belfast are long gone. It's the relationship is and has to be, and of course is much deeper and broader than that.
What you're saying is it's completely different to that Netflix show, The Diplomat, which I don't know if anybody's seen here, but it doesn't sound anything like that. Look, James, it's been a really illuminating conversation with you. So I definitely think we saved the best for last, not to judge everybody else today. Look, thank you so much. Good luck with the rest of your time here in Belfast. I'm sure we will be speaking to you again, and we're going to bring this final session of Bridging the Atlantic as part of this conference to a close. So, thank you. A round of applause for James Applegate, please.
Thanks, Jim.
Jane's such a professional. Literally, the clock hit 0000, and it all finished well. Yeah, brilliant. So, as I said I would at the very beginning, at the end I'm going to take the opportunity to thank people. First of all, I want to thank those online who've stuck with us and who've maybe come in and out. Thank you for clicking in and joining us that way. A special thanks to those of you who've come in person. We very, very much appreciate that. And now to the other forms of thanks. So there was names of 3 universities on our holding slide, but you know the 3, Queen's, UCD and Georgetown. But actually, this is also a conference that's been very much supported by, quietly by government departments, consistently for 5 years, so including the State Department. So thank you, James. Thanks, of course, to the Special Envoy Joe Kennedy. Also, the Department of Foreign Affairs has been a really important partner in the Bridging the Atlantic conference. And I want to note the presence of Hilary Riley, who's going to say a few words at our reception afterwards. So Hilary's the Joint Secretary in the North-South Ministerial Council. The Northern Ireland Civil Service has been absolutely fundamental. I remember on the very first Bridging the Atlantic conference, I shared a panel with Andrew Elliott, who's the director of the Northern Ireland Bureau in DC, and he's also going to say a few words at the reception, so thank you for that, Andrew. I want to thank the co-organisers of the conference, Ted Smith, of course, Colleen Parsons and Katrine from Georgetown, Liam Kennedy from UCD. I will make a mention of Catherine Carey, who's been so important for the Bridging the Atlantic conferences all these years, and Olwen Purdue as well. I want to thank the chairs, Colleen and Liam, John Barry as well. Thank you for brilliant panels. Nyona, a special note to her. She had some trepidation about that panel already, but she handled that brilliantly. Thanks to Jane for such a wonderful conversation. Thank you to all our speakers, Kathleen, Leah, Maya, Chris, Kevin, Rosalind, and Jenna. And now thanks to those in Queens, the Mitchell Institute, Richard English, who supported it from the beginning, Wendy Louise and Brett. I also want to thank the Queen's Public Engagement team, Margaret Topping, who opened the conference, Ryan Feeney, who's been very supportive, James Dillon, Eamon Deeney. I want to thank our porters, and I want to make a special mention to the security team, who normally I never interact with at all, and I've been grateful for today. Thanks to my colleagues in the School of Social Sciences, Education and Social Work. Thanks to catering, especially thanks for those of us who are here in person, of course. I want to make a special mention of thanks to Elsa Hayward-Shaw, who's made sure that all of us in the audience have had a voice, and who's also been a brilliant moral support to me today. So thanks, Elsa. And last but not least, but extremely importantly, thank you, Alan Meban, who's made all of this possible. You've literally kept the show on the road, and we're very grateful to you. So thank you for that. So I'm happy to close the conference and to invite you all to join us for celebratory drinks. Thanks, Alan.